Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. Tony Rocco with the division. This is the third committee meeting for the 2025 Oregon Structural Specialty Code. In the room here, I have to my left, Eric McMullen, Assistant Structural Program Chief. I have our Chief Building Official, Richard Rogers. In the corner there to my right, I have Jody Orison. Thanks for being here, Jody from the City of Portland. And Rabi Tamerhule with Oregon Home Builders Association and others. And we have some folks online. Thanks for being here online. I don't think we need to go through introductions. I just wanted to make the folks aware online of who is in the room with us. So for today's agenda, I just want to cover that real quick. The plan is we are going to cover the tabled items first. Then we're going to navigate into the structural chapters 16 through 23 and our structural program engineer, Jeremy Williams, you can see online right now, will be leading us all through those. There are a number of public code amendment proposals within that work from SEAO. Jeremy has worked closely with SEAO on fine tuning, let's say, those proposals, and Jeremy will talk a little bit more about that as we go along. And then what we plan to is after lunch, regardless of where we're at in chapters 16 through 23, we'll stop and we're going to review chapter 10. And more specifically, we're going to talk about the single exit proposal. We're going to give a little bit of background on House Bill 3395, kind of make sure that the committee is aware of what the law currently says. And then we're going to allow the proponents to discuss their proposals. So we have two there, one for the single exit stair configurations and one for essentially the international or the Eurocode exit signage, where you have the, yeah, exactly. So we'll have visual aids on that included in the proposal there. And then if we make it through all of that, then we'll get to chapter 33. We don't anticipate we're going to make it all the way through. So more than likely, if we're not through 16 through 23, by the time lunch comes around, we're going to pivot. We're going to start covering chapter 10 right after lunch. And then we'll go back to wherever we were in 16 through 23. Any questions, comments from the committee before we get started? Great. All right. Thanks for being here. We're going to start with the tabled items. Katie, what was the first one we had there? Can we start in chapter 9?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, if you have the email maybe from Jody. Perfect. And then we can navigate to that area. Great. So I thought we might as well take care of this while we're here. I think 1 and 2 make a lot of sense. I wasn't sure where you were at on 3, so maybe if you could just maybe brief the committee on them, and then we can take a look at how it fits.
Sure. So last time we met, we looked at the changes to add in a bunch of requirements around lithium-ion batteries. I was confused about where those were applicable and maybe going to be too expansive on where I thought we were supposed to require this new report. So when I looked through some of the proposals that are coming in for the 2027 cycle, they were clarifying some of those pieces that I feel like would help us as we're putting together this 2025 code to keep people from making the mistakes that might happen. So two of them, that's what the first two are about, especially the one that adds the table. So F1224. And it, I don't know if you open one of those, it'll show the table. And it says basically where automatic sprinkler systems are required by these particular sections, with the report and everything else. And so one recommendation is that we go ahead and add this table. This particular proposal was approved by committee. That doesn't mean it's approved in final, but it is a good indication that the committee agreed with where it was going. And then the other one, the other proposal, yeah, that one kind of expanded on the way that that report or the testing could be provided. Basically, that the report could be prepared by a registered design professional, and it did not have to be testing the exact lithium ion battery storage scenario that somebody was trying to use. So it seemed like this change, which again was approved by committee in the hearings for the 2027 cycle, was aiming to put together some language that was more useful for implementation.
I think the one comment we had was about the use of registered design professional, because here in Oregon, you know, OSBILs and OSBE laws, could we use something like approved agency, which then could include
Sure.
registered design professional where appropriate?
Sure.
Okay. Any thoughts from the committee online about those?
I went through and reviewed the changes that Jody had sent, and I really liked how they broke that table out. It just seemed to eliminate some of that confusion. We've had a lot of changes recently to the lithium ion batteries. I know at the code hearings for the 2024, I think we spent most of the time just on the lithium batteries. So I thought it was a great suggestion, Jody.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I thought it was great too, those first two. And then did you want to talk about the third one?
So if you could go back to the email one so I can even remember what they were about. I know one of them was, I understand the logic behind it, which was the parking areas piece. That's the 10824. I am nervous about that one, but I wanted to bring it up to the committee for them to think about, because the argument in their proposal, which again, these also were approved at the committee level, was that basically if you have an S1 area where you're messing with batteries in cars, or if you're storing something in vehicles, sorry, then it requires this sprinkler system. I'm on the fence, but I thought maybe somebody else might know more. And then the other one was adding a section 324 for the battery research, testing, and recycling. I mean, that is absolutely going to be coming down the line, whether we want to wait for another 6 years or whether we want to bring that one in now. I think that one's really reasonable. If you're researching about batteries, I feel like that is something that needs to be addressed. Can we do it with what we've got right now with our F1 requirements and allowances right now? I'm honestly not enough of an expert to know. So of these two, I definitely like the first two. The F64, I like, but if other people are worried about it because they know more, then that's fine. And the F108, I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention. I'm kind of against it right now, which maybe is not the best way to introduce that. But anyway.
I remember the F108 coming up where we talked about, you know, having the sprinklers located underneath the vehicle where they're parking potentially. There's been some discussion on that, but I don't know. I don't know if it's vetted. Has it already made it through committee at National? Wow. Wow, yeah. Well, I'd like to hear from the committee on those. What do you think? What are we looking? It looks like 1 and 2 are yes to include. I think those make a lot of sense with some slight adjustment in the language. And then we have 2 items in 3, as Jody explained. Any comments or thoughts from the committee on those?
We have the F-64.
Yeah, no, we could pull it up real quick. Can you do that?
Yeah, I will say that we are working on several facilities where battery research, testing, and recycling is occurring. These are outside of the city of Portland, but there are several of them occurring, and they are definitely a concern for those jurisdictions. I think it is probably something that we should look at. There are some of the questions that are coming up. We're using our expertise in order to make sure that the places stay safe. But again, there's a lot of confusion on the jurisdiction side about some of these facilities, the quantities that they're putting on racks, the potential for them to be overcharged, and those things is definitely a concern that I think we should review the new section and to implement, because it is coming faster than, when we start to adopt the 27 code.
Okay.
I also think for the parking garage thing, this is coming up in NFPA 13. And if I remember right, they are requiring sprinklers in all parking garages coming up. Is one of the provisions. I don't know if it's been approved, but not only going to an OH2 level, but just requiring them in general. So I think this is part of the address of not only car composition, but also the growth of EV cars. I don't know if this means only for storage, or if in batteries being stored in parking garages, or exactly what the storage requirement is.
The F-108 is specific, well, the way that I was reading it anyway, is it was trying to expand things to the S2 category. So those other sprinkler requirements around batteries in vehicles were in the S1 category, like repair garages, or S1, I don't know, I guess they added some different uses into those categories in chapter 3. So that corresponds, but those were all S1. So this 108 was expanding it to the S2 parking garage. And it's not that I don't think that parking garages should be sprinklered. My concern, or where I feel like I'm worried that we just aren't there yet, relates back to that testing and report and research piece of it. Okay, if NFPA 13 does not cover sprinklering electric vehicles, and now we're going to start requiring a special report for each parking garage,
right?
That's where I'm concerned. But
seems onerous. I agree.
Yeah, so it's not that I don't think they should be sprinklered, but just combining it with the other pieces of it.
Almost there.
Hey everybody. Hey, this is Steve Forrester here. I don't see a hand. I didn't want to interrupt, but I don't see a hand raise feature on this. So anyways, let me know if there's a time to chime in on this.
You can go ahead, Steve.
Perfect. Thanks, Tony. Hey, Steve Forrester here, Fire Marshal, TVF&R, former Building Code Structures Board member. I also work closely with the Fire Code Action Committee. I chaired actually the lithium-ion battery storage, recycling and manufacturing task force that wrote several of the proposals here that we're talking about. And so pretty intimately familiar with it. I think it's great that we're talking about it. Unfortunately, I think we are behind the curve on lithium-ion related battery protection. We've had a lot of significant fires. We continue to have them. literally every week. We had a large fire this weekend at the Rivian plant, multiple cars that burned up in the parking lot. A few weeks ago, we had a significant fire in Beaverton, a result of a lithium-ion battery, an EV pack that was being replaced. It was a total loss of a 24 service bay GMC dealership. So anyhow, so I fully support looking at this stuff early. I think it is a little bit complicated. I joined in late, so I didn't catch everything that was being discussed, but I probably have a couple of just quick comments. Number one, the discussion around the I believe it was item number 2, where it talked about the systems being designed on testing and then having a design professional. I do think we should look closely at that. There was a lot of debate around it when we developed the proposals. The reality is that there will not be testing available for this. It's very hard, very expensive to get the design testing for lithium-ion battery scenarios. And you simply are not going to be able to get a testing laboratory for any particular building use, whatever you have. There may be some generic testing that's done. There has been a little bit, and then you have to extrapolate from it. But I believe that the way that its language was written, I wasn't supportive of it, but in the spirit of compromise, we just needed something to move forward. So anyway, so I do think that one should be looked closer at. The battery research, testing, and recycling, I think that is pretty well vetted. I don't anticipate much change in it. So I don't see any issues with bringing that forward early. One consideration is one of the other proposals that was approved was actually creating a lithium-ion battery chapter or a battery chapter. And so the intent is to actually roll all this stuff up into a specific chapter. The direction from the committee was to work on basically to take all the stuff, put it into the chapter, and then bring it back in the review or the comment period. So we don't have that final language yet, but that's just a consideration to think about. And then the final thing I'll leave is, while the proposals were approved, the 27 proposals were approved, we still are in the comment period, so there may be some additional changes to that language. Anyways, happy to answer any questions and happy to work if we want to move some of this stuff to the side. I'm happy to contribute and work on in a little task force or whatever on the side.
Yeah, thanks for that, Steve. I mean, I think the committee, at the pleasure of the committee, they have the ability to say, okay, we'd like to adopt whatever is approved finally in the 27 iteration of the IBC for these topics, right? Limited to this scope. So that's something that's on the table. We can take the pieces from Jody's email, or Jody, if you want to contact Steve and work with him on it and bring something back.
Sure. Yeah, I'd be willing to do that. I do think it's an important topic.
Yeah.
I don't know, I picked out the ones that seemed easy to plug and play. I saw that one that rearranged all the chapter or pulled the different pieces, and I was like, a little bit much for us to try to do preemptively, especially when it is not fully even adopted yet. But if we can do the pieces that make sense, then absolutely. And especially, Steve, if you have ideas about how you would like for that report testing business to be written that works for Oregon, and the fact that we're adopting it early anyway, I think that would be to the benefit of our state. So yeah, we can connect outside of this.
Great. Sounds
Yeah,
good.
would be happy. Oops, sorry, would be happy to, Jody. And I agree. The chapter, I don't know that I would recommend it. It does bring in a lot of stuff. It deals a lot with the mobility devices, scooters, and that sort of thing, and stuff that wouldn't be really sort of in the scope, particularly in Oregon, of the structural code and how we bring in fire stuff that's really sort of building, right, construction related. So yeah, I think just looking at some individual pieces makes a ton of sense. Happy to connect offline. Thank you.
One other piece on this that I wanted to ask you two about was that these are all fire items. And early on in the fire stuff, you said that we couldn't mess with fire stuff without approval of some other group. So I don't know if maybe some of them could be involved with Steve and I talking, or maybe Steve Forster's already, on that group, or I don't know, but I just want to wrap in the right people for this conversation.
We also have Matthew Amos on the line here, and then Eric always coordinates with OSFM on that. And so maybe that's an area where we could have some close coordination and look at, it would still be model. It would just be newer model reaching forward.
Yeah, I think, I don't think that's been a problem in the past. It was just a previous deal that we would integrate IFC stuff unamended, again, unless the fire service brought it to us. That was kind of how this has been working for the last few cycles. So especially if the fire service is involved and thinks there's an important change in something in the fire code that we're bringing over, then yeah, absolutely open for discussion. And if you want to include me in those discussions, Jody, I'd be happy.
Any other considerations or thoughts from the committee on that? I think what we can do too is as we move towards the board review is we can just say that this is going to occur and this is the recommended path from the committee, and then we have a group working on it, and then we'll bring it to the board for the board review if that's acceptable to the committee.
I think that's a great option. I agree with Jody. We shouldn't wait 6 years to address this with our code cycle adoptions, with as fast as things are changing and the hazard that it brings. So I support that process.
Great. Thanks, Adley. Any other comments?
I was looking over the language of that, I just lost where I had it. The initial proposal, where'd it go? Here it is at F11124. Is it possible to, instead of do a series of tests, do some sort of conceptual test, like much like a smoke control system has a design fire they use to simulate an event? Is that a potential avenue we could explore?
Steve, do you have any comments on that? It sounds like you've dug in on the testing side and maybe the options there.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can look at it there. We talked about that essentially that the design, right, or the fire protection or design professional design should sort of be based on like sort of loosely based on some testing. The sort of where they extrapolate some of the information is sort of the intent, and that we would add the commentary language to kind of make it more clear that it isn't actually asking for testing. But right, the problem is that that language itself, it does pretty clearly say, you have to have testing done. And so I do think something like that would be it's probably what we need to land on. And I don't know whether it just gets removed entirely or whether we can have it sort of loosely base it on some testing. But anyhow, it just needs a little bit of work. I think we can come up with some good language. The reality is there's not a lot of testing that's been done. It's primarily just been on some of like the energy storage systems. There's been some full vehicle testing. A lot of the testing that has been done has been privately done and is kept confidential, so they're not releasing information. That really complicates it. So anyhow, I think it needs a little bit of work, but I don't think it's anything we can't, work around.
Okay, Nathan, did that help?
Yeah, it sounds like that Steve and the other fire professionals probably going to bottom out in a committee outside of this.
Yeah, I think it's just gonna be an informal little group. Eric here on our team is gonna participate. Jody and Steve will be discussing it together. I'm sure they could include you in that, Nathan, if you'd like.
Yeah, it'd be a good informational thing for me, if that's all right.
Sure. Okay, so that's we're going to record that one, and we can work with Laura on that, Katie, as far as what we're recording. But the committee's direction is basically to explore the 2027 IBC language on these topics, moving toward that, so that we're an early adopter of that. We won't know what's final until kind of after the board meeting, but I think we can at least talk to the board about that, what the intent is, and that we have a bunch of smart folks working on it. So any other comments from the committee on that?
I was figuring audio. Sorry about that. Matt Amos, State Fire Marshal's Office. Also participate on the interested party in FCAC, and there's been a lot of discussion, especially around the parking garages as well. Initially, it started with charging stations having multiples, things of that nature. I would like to be part of this committee as well as formal discussions on this. As far as the testing goes, yeah, I don't know if we should have that language in there if there's no means to provide that testing or that data right now. But the need for those sprinklers in those locations with the lithium-ion batteries and others similar would be good to have still. And then any of the code change pieces, I'm also part of the fire code side. So I can help get that information that we put in our side on the building side into the fire code side as well.
Excellent. Great. So we'll include Matt on that as well. Okay. Any other comments, questions, thoughts? All right. We're going to move from there. I think the next one we had was in chapter 15. Is that correct?
Hey, Tony, it's Pierre. Quick question.
Pierre?
Is there any additional fiscal you think we need to discuss on that, or we stick with what we wrote initially?
I think it would be pretty similar to what they've recorded in the model proposals.
Okay, that works for me. I just wanted to clarify.
Yep, great. We can get that to you too.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yep. I think the biggest question was, did we have a question about 1511.9, or was it limited to the lightning? Gutters, installation on roof coverings. Do we recall this one being tabled? Yeah, and these ones fell under the OESC authority, the Electrical and Elevator Board authority, and I'd worked that out with the Chief Price. Was there concern or discussion about that from the committee on? They have standards in place in the OESC, so it's basically just pointing to the electrical code here. Any concerns, questions, comments there? I think that one got inadvertently tabled. The next one we have listed is it's 1511.761, 762. So both of those all basically just go away. The whole section, just the charging just becomes for lightning protection systems, see the electrical code, as they already have standards there. And we don't want to be getting out of authority with chief building official in the room. He was
Just letting you know, the
yeah.
the last one I had did not, it was skipped from 15.9 to 15.20. So maybe we didn't go over them.
Oh, maybe that was it.
So maybe they were sort of not ready yet.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good note. So on these, I worked with, so what we do when we're doing our internal staff review of all the codes, we look for any areas where we have overlap, right? Because we don't, We don't have references to NFPA 70. That's just the NEC, that's the OESC in Oregon. And so we remove those, and anywhere where there's kind of this dual authority or confusion about who would have the authority to adopt standards related to something, we try to vet that out ahead of time. And so these systems are lightning protection systems very clearly under the authority of the Electrical and Elevator Board, and the OESC does have provisions related to them. And so the request from Chief Christ was just to have a pointer like we normally do, to not reserve the section, to keep it and have a pointer. So any comments, questions, concerns from the committee on that? Okay. And I think that covers all three of those tabled items. I think the last one of the, did we go to 29 next, Katie? Was that the next one? Okay. In chapter 29, I think we have an email from Jody as well as a response with some language. And then basically doing away, it's the new model, doing away with the separate facilities section entirely. You happen to have that email from Jody on 29? Okay. No, if you have it, the most recent one, I think we kind of talked about the additional language and then. And what this does is, Jody, jump in here if I'm wrong, but the new model basically corrects what doesn't make sense in current code. Their separate facilities subsection is moot essentially because it doesn't apply. So, and then we wanted to make sure that we retained those Oregon amendments that we have had for a long time. And so then there's just going to be discussion of what does it look like once we kind of restructure with Jody's language and then the additional kind of amendment language added in.
Yeah, I don't know if we have access to P2524, because that would show what the proposed revision looks like. And then I'm actually really happy that the single user toilet goes somewhere else
Yeah,
other than separate facilities.
Because it just, yeah, I
because
know.
it's really about a counting issue
Right.
rather than it is a gender issue.
Right.
So this was the one that I proposed that really takes out the requirement for separate toilet facilities,
Right. It
And-
removes separate facilities altogether.
which the committee or the proponent said was the effect of once you have all of the rest of these, you don't have separate facilities anymore.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense. And then the ones to put back were the one single toilet room permitted for all structures and tenant spaces with a total occupant load of not more than 30, and group B occupancies with total occupant load not more than
Right. As a standalone subsection. And did you have a preference on where you wanted to see that?
where would the committee like to see that? I mean, it seems like it needs to be in the count
Sure.
area, right?
Kind of like up front in the
Yeah, I mean, is there,
pointer to the table or something like that. Could you flip back to 29 for a sec, Katie? Could you zoom in just a bit and then could you back up to the beginning of the Maybe under fixture calculations? A subsection of that?
So in the,
Or under fixtures in single user?
that one's about fixtures now, right? Like more than number of,
Could you scroll up a little bit more, Katie, into the beginning? Thank you. It's going to be past the table. Yeah, right in there.
Mhm.
Minimum right there under 29021.
It could be right there. It could I'm also wondering if it's a 2902.1.2 or something. I don't know the structure of this section well enough to know.
Yeah, I would say it would be a subsection of 29021. It would be like a 290211.
And there is one of those already. So would it be a 1.2?
Oh, yeah. I think we'd have to have it sub to that charging language.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So committee, for your discussion here, we have the recommendation that Jody shared with the committee about moving to the new model language, which removes the confusion about separate facilities, and it basically just has a simple statement there in place of old 29022, because the remainder of the fixtures and the allocation of those fixtures is covered elsewhere in the chapter, so it really doesn't fit to have a subsection called separate facilities anymore. And then we're proposing to retain the existing amendments. I think Adelie had mentioned, the popularity of those in the last meeting, to have those as just a separate subsection where we're going to say, a single toilet room is permitted for these uses, which are currently the amendments to 29022.2 and the 22 OSSC. Any comments?
That's correct.
Question?
I wanted to keep those longstanding amendments, but I really like this change, especially when, you're in the middle of a plan review for schools, and at the same time we have schools coming back in, doing remodels to fix going just to straight fixture count, because that's what we're doing is fixture counts. And so it really gets us away from that political issue and just concentrate on counting fixtures.
Great. Any other comments from the committee on that?
I would agree. I think this is long overdue and something that should be put in now.
Thanks for that, Tom. Anything else?
I'm just still looking at where it belongs. Does it belong more as its own section, 2902.1.2, or does it belong as an exception to those fixture calculations? The first line of which says to determine occupant load of each sex, total occupant load divided in half, and then go provide according to the table. And as an exception, we would say these other things that don't go provide according to the table when you just have this many or something. I don't know. I trust your judgment on that, on whether
Okay.
it belongs as an exception right here, its own section. Either way is fine with me, as long as you retain the intent.
Okay, great. Yeah, so we'll do that. We'll work on locating it somewhere up front, making sure that it's very clear. And it might even be for those other than meeting section, blah, 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 and then point to that. So there could be a few ways we could capture it. And then unless there's anything else from the committee, what we're going to do is move forward with Jody's proposed 27 IBC language, which is a great fix. And then we're going to retain those amendments in a separate section or via exceptions. We'll have that, hopefully get the chapter updated on your committee webpage. I see a thumbs up there from Adelie. Thanks for that. Okay. And I think we had one other thing in 29. Was it the urinals? Could you talk through this one, Jody?
Sure. So this is the, currently it's a subheading at the table that says you can substitute 2/3 or a urinal for 2/3 of a water closet. My longstanding pet peeves that this calculation method stinks. And the model code talks about substituting a 1-for-1 up to a certain percentage. And so my proposal is that we move closer to what model code is and allow, I believe, and I put it in the email, substituted not more than 67% or up to 67%. So 2/3 of the required water closets for males would be able to be 1-for-1 switched out for urinals. So it does allow fewer fixtures in theory, but practically, I don't know that that is of consequence. The other piece that I was wrapping into this was an issue that I feel like the current model code does not address very well, which is how do you do that with these all gender restrooms? Do you still get to substitute or not? And so I proposed 2 different versions of the footnote in that email that would say where separate facilities are provided for each sex, urinals may be substituted for up to 67%. So to clarify that we aren't substituting in all gender restrooms.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's right there.
The 2 options were those 2 blue
2 blue,
versions.
yeah.
Generally, I like things that are shorter. So I like B better, but I'd be fine with either one.
Yeah, I think option 2 is better. It's
Yeah.
cleaner, and I also agree. In all gender, restrooms, we shouldn't have any urinals in there. It just creates confusion as you open up the door and yeah.
Any other comments from the committee on that? Any historic stuff on the old urinal calculation? Oh, we got to get you a microphone. Get that man a microphone.
When we first went from the UBC to the IBC, we engaged the local 290s of the world, the plumbing contractors, because the fixture count went way down under the IBC, so they're losing work. So my only concern is, well, I mean, that's a legitimate concern, is that we're not reducing fixtures significantly.
I don't think it would reduce significantly because it's only where separate facilities are provided, and the majority of facilities that have large fixture counts are providing neutral now. So it wouldn't apply in those instances. But I was thinking the same thing when we had met with them and adjusted the table. And but no, I don't think we would be. Jody, do you see a big reduction from this change?
From our experience, most of the restrooms that we're seeing never get to the numbers where that 2/3 starts to make a difference. They're the like 3 and 3, or the things where that 2/3 just isn't enough to get up to even reducing by a single fixture. I mean, and then the schools like you're talking about, I mean, certainly high schools, for us anyway, are going a lot of all gender restrooms.
Okay.
Schools and the high schools and the universities are the groups who are doing those very large banks of all gender restrooms.
Okay.
Just from a historical perspective, the plumbing industry was on board with the reduction of fixtures because they thought it was extreme too. So
Yeah,
kudos to them.
that's true. And we laughed. Okay, great. Thanks, everybody, for that. So any other comments, questions, concerns from the committee? The plan is to take Jody's option number 2 shown on the screen there, and that will be a footnote captured in the table. We'll capture it way up top in the title, I imagine. got thumbs up from Natalie. Any other thoughts? We're gonna move on from that. Great. Thanks for that, Jody. And thanks to the committee. Good stuff there. All right. Did you have anything else highlighted as tabled? Okay, that was all I had too. Okay. All right. So we have moved through the tabled items, and now we're going to move into chapter 16. And we're going to welcome Jeremy Williams.
Morning, everybody. I'm Jeremy. Good to be here. Katie, can you pull up from the committee page commonly used structural design reference standards under the code review tools and share that on the screen? Before we jump into the matrix items, I'm hoping just to quickly share. So all the folks on the committee have access to this document. It's on the committee page under code review tools. It just lists the commonly used standards that we're going to be seeing referenced here, and I just wanted to point out the updates that have occurred. So as you can see there, ASC 7, we're in the 2022 version with supplement 1. There's been some substantial changes there that you'll be seeing as we go through the chapters in 16. And then ACI 318, no change. TMS 402-602, design spec standard is moved to the 2022. Structural steel has moved up to the 2022 version. And just so you know, all these, you can access these. Some of these are free, view only standards that you can access. And I've listed the ones that are free there that you can download. And then 370 is a new steel spec for stainless steel used in buildings. And then all the AISI standards are the same last code cycle. And then AWC, NDS, we've moved up to the 2024. And then the same 2021 SPIDWIS. Structural design provisions for wind and seismic is the same. So I just wanted to point that out. You have access to this, so you can refer back to it if you have any questions that come up. So Katie, yeah, if you go back to the matrix and chapter 16, so we'll be at 16-1 and section 1603.1.3 of the code. And just so you know, at the beginning of chapter 16, there's some edits up in there, but they're all impacted by the decisions you'll be making throughout these matrix items. So any decisions you make as a committee will affect some of these sprinkled changes that you're seeing in purple and red and blue throughout. Also, before we jump into that first item, I just wanted to point out we have been engaged closely with SEAO's Code Review Committee, the Structural Engineers Association of Oregon. For the snow load, when we get to snow load, you'll see that there's some substantial changes with snow load. We reached out to them in the summer of 2022 when we noticed that there was going to be some changes with snow loads and wanted to get their input, feedback on it. They spent some time looking at it and came back with a kind of a holding pattern. They were a little concerned with some things and needed more time to review. And then in the summer of 2023, we reached out again, talked about snow loads again. And then in January 2024, we let them know code was coming up. So they started meeting up, and then they had 3 months of review from March to May that we got to attend their meetings and provide input. So yeah, I just wanted to let you know that that's all been vetted, closely coordinated with SEAO and all of this. They have proposals that you'll be seeing in the matrix, and then any of the amendments that were made for alignment, any new kind of tweaks to existing Oregon amendments that were made for alignment with any of these changes have been coordinated and are based on the recommendations from SEAO. So With that, we're jumping into the first matrix item 16-1, and actually I'm going to recommend we table it, which is funny for the first one, but we're going to table this one because it'll make more sense to talk about it after we cover matrix item 16-11 for snow loads. So we're gonna come back to this one and flag that for my records. So next matrix item is 16-2, and looking at 1603.1.4. You see that we've struck the tornado provisions throughout this. Tornado load provisions are new to the 2024 IBC and ASC 7. ASC 7 didn't have tornado load provisions before, but now they've been introduced. But tornado loads are not applicable in Oregon. There's a map, ASC 7 has a map, and it's just not applicable in Oregon. And based on our legal counsel, when we have things that are in the code that are not applicable in Oregon, the recommendation was to take those out. So that's what we've done here. And there's a whole section on tornado loads later that we're going to see where we put in a little note about this. So you can provide more comment and thoughts as we move into that section. And then if you have recommendations otherwise from this, you can let us know. We would tweak this section. So any concerns with this edit right now for tornado loads thus far as we move forward from the committee? Okay, nothing. So I think we'll come back to this one too, Katie, just for reference, so that we can get a formal committee action after we talk about the tornado load section. So next item is 16-3. Structural analysis in section 1604.4. And we just scrolled past the flood stuff. We're not covering that. That's all floodplain administrator coordination. That's statutory that we just aren't going to be covering in this meeting. So this analysis section, 1604.4, we had an existing Oregon amendment that aligned the IBC with ASCE. The 2021 IBC had some language that conflicted with ASC 716. And so the updates in ASC 7, along with the update in the IBC in purple that you see there, align everything. So the existing Oregon amendment we're showing as recommend rescinding. Basically, this was about how you could idealize a diaphragm as rigid or not, flexible or rigid. And so this has all been clarified and aligns with the American Wood Council's special design provisions for wind and seismic. So any concerns or comments from the committee on aligning with model code outright here and pulling the old amendments? And again, this was the recommendation from FCAO as well. All right, that outcome, no fiscal, and hearing nothing from the committee, that one's approved. 16-4. Matrix item, risk category of buildings and other structures. Table 1604.5. So you see in purple there have been some changes. There's model national proposals S72 you can see there on the matrix item, all those different proposals. There was a lot of discussion, it looks like, at the national level on these items. So basically, all of Group I2 and Group I3, except for Group I3 Condition 1, and public utility facilities providing power generation, potable water treatment, and or wastewater treatment have all been moved from moved to risk category 4 now. So it's a cost increase. The national proposal mentioned like a 0 to 2% overall cost increase from risk category 2 to risk category 4 structures. They didn't have any data specific for risk category 3 to 4 that I could find. But I know in Oregon, there in 2015, there was a study done for like masonry schools going from risk category 3 to 4. it was like a less than 1% overall cost to go from risk category 3 to 4. So anyway, that's just some general numbers to throw out there, but this one's up for committee discussion on the changes to the risk categories here, national model code. No thoughts, no feedback?
Well, Jeremy, one of the things that came up during our wildfires over here, and I visited with Eric before, when we were talking about evacuating our massive prison facilities with wildfires, I was asked, even though it didn't pertain because it wasn't like flood, earthquake, or snow, why these massive facilities weren't designed as a category 4 facility, because they really were intended to allow people to shelter in place. And so it sounds like that may be one of the things that they're addressing, because you can't really up and evacuate 5,000 incarcerated in AICs, adults in custody. It's just, it seems like they've taken that into account with this. Is that what you were seeing? Because I'm sure you've done more research than I have.
Yeah, you'll see that in the proposer's arguments and reasoning rationale for all of this, that was discussed.
Okay. Yeah, they weren't talking about little small local jails, but where we have these massive lockdown facilities, it's just logistically to evacuate them when you're evacuating half of them across the state was just something that I think it's a good change. One of the drawbacks, I think, to this is unless they have all backup utilities, the infrastructure to the facility might not be designed as category 4. So you may lose power connections or other things. So that was my only thought in the question.
Yeah, so all the backup stuff too, that kind of has come up a little bit. There are no triggers that we're seeing, like, you know, a risk category 4 has to have a certain backup. It has to be risk category 4. But if it does have a backup, if they decide to have a backup, then yeah, that is captured in this table as being also a risk category 4 requirement. So.
Most of them do.
One other thing to note too, on the power generating stations with individual power units rated 75 megawatt AC alternating current or greater, that was that proposal language kind of came in. I think it came in from the solar folks. So they wanted to have a threshold that was clear for their power generating stations. So just an FYI on that one. Any other thoughts, comments on this one? If not, we're going to go to the public proposal SCA01. Katie, if you could pull that up. Thank you. Can you zoom in a little bit, Katie?
Hey, Jeremy, Richard Rogers here, just to back up a little bit.
Yeah.
What was industry's response to taking all these and tucking them into a category 4 now?
I mean, it was debated back and forth, but I think, you know, like you've got the structural engineers that are real heavy on, you know, performance objectives and the design intent for all these things. Are you talking like industry as far as from a cost perspective, or more of just the actual designers, or which part of the industry are you talking about, or generally?
Cost impact on the end users.
That's the unknown right here. Like I said at the beginning, the cost increase, it's uncertain. I mean, I could go up as high as 17%, probably, maybe a little lower, 10%, depending on like the height of the building, the lateral force resisting system that's used, the soil conditions, just lots of different issues. So there could be a substantial cost increase, but I think the committee just came to the conclusion that all of these things probably already should have been in risk category 4, and that's where they landed. So
Vision for new Joe.
Sorry, I missed that.
Sure, this isn't going to Surprise them.
I'm also thinking.
Yeah,
of the
sorry, I'm missing some audio.
Do you have
Richard,
Are you streaming the meeting and have audio connected?
I do. Everything sounds, you sound fine right now. I just missed half of what Jody just said, and I missed half of what Richard said.
Okay.
Same for me. It was
Yeah, we were here.
broken up.
Me too.
I'm gonna try again. I was thinking about, the increases in utility costs and the significant percentage increases that have been coming down the line. And when you're talking about customers, I'm imagining like PGE and, like the utility groups. And if they've seen this, and also the debate against, the new power generating places versus continuing with the old ones, I just feel like this is a pretty big change. And you talk about legislative folks getting involved in stuff, and whether it's a quote occupied field, I'm wondering if this particular one with moving the public utilities into risk category 4 fits that criteria.
I don't know. Does the committee want to pull up the reasoning statements and go through those and kind of see what was voted nationally on this one? Would that be helpful?
That would be helpful.
Katie, can you pull up let's see, what is it? We've got S72-22. There's so many in here. I'm trying to find the one that's getting more specific here. So S74. S74 covers the group I occupancies. S75 is also group I occupancies. S76. S76 is the big one on the public utility facilities. So if you scroll down to the reason there, it just says risk category 4 is the IBC's main tool to provide functional facilities soon after a natural hazard event. The difference in expected recovery time can be on the order of weeks or months. Because these facilities are rare and specially designed, their services and occupants cannot be quickly relocated to other buildings. Oh, those are for the...
Who was the proponent?
This one is FEMA, ATC.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
FEMA ATC folks, seismic code committee folks.
I'm not,
And then,
but I just think that it is a pretty significant change.
Yeah.
It's Richard Rogers again. I'm not debating the merits of it at all, other than I think we have a responsibility to make sure that our major players have a heads up on this, so that it wouldn't be the first time somebody came in and tried to derail something. So I think we have a responsibility to decide who the stakeholders are and make sure that they are aware of this at least.
yeah, good call. Tony, can we flag this and we'll figure out who we need to reach out to on this one?
Yeah, we have DOC contacts. Yep, we'll flag it as noted.
Jeremy, I think it'd be interesting to know how many of them are already designing to that standard as well. When you reach out to them, like PGE, they don't want to be down. So they may already have been designing to a higher standard as well. So it might not actually be a huge cost increase to them.
Yeah, we'll try to get that information for you as well. You can share it. Good stuff. Any other thoughts before we go to this public proposal? All right, let's go to the public proposal, SCA 01. Is there a Structural Engineers Association of Oregon SCAO rep on the call? No? All right. Katie, can you zoom in a little more? Sorry. Thanks. So let's just go through this. If you scroll down to that footnote there in dark underline black C. So this is SEAO's recommended proposal for clarifying the trigger for up above. So for the purposes of determining the primary occupancy of a building, the following shall apply. Can you scroll down a little bit? Sorry. Where the combined design occupant load of all assembly spaces exceeds 50% of the total building design occupant load, or where the aggregate floor area of all assembly spaces exceeds 50% of the building area, public assembly shall be assigned as the primary occupancy. And that's triggered under, which one is that, Tony? That's under this category.
This category 3, it's the first bullet there.
First bullet, yeah. Buildings and other structures whose primary occupancy is public assembly with an occupant load of greater than 300. Now, Tony, correct me if I'm wrong. We've had this question, right? BCG's had this question.
Yeah, many times in the past. And this proposal basically codifies the commentary, the long-standing model commentary that says it may be as simple as using the total occupant load and determining if you have more than half of the occupant load, or, and it gives those examples and commentary. I think Rabi has something to add. Rabi?
Question for you. How about the section 1604.5.1? If you have multiple occupancies, we have a guideline that they show you which risk you can take.
This is just for the purposes of determining if assembly is the primary occupancy, which throws you into the RC3 designation. It's been this debate, where in that bullet point it says buildings and other structures whose primary occupancy is public assembly with an occupant load greater than 300, and it's like, well, how do you determine primary occupancy? More than 50% of the building area, more than 50% of the total occupant load? And the commentary is basically captured what SEAO has proposed here for determining primary.
Katie, you can scroll down to their reasoning statements in their proposal and walk through that.
So I know I've asked this question many times as well with different projects that I have had. So I think this is good clarification on how you determine what the primary occupancy is in terms of getting to this category. The question that has often come up is public occupancy versus certain assembly spaces that may be in a group of conference rooms or work area rooms that would be within an office space. And just because they may exceed the 750 square foot size, they become assembly. So those aren't necessarily public assembly spaces, but they would be used as assembly spaces used by people who are familiar with the space. And that has been more of the debate on some of the projects I've been involved in and need the clarification on. I think this does clarify how you determine that assembly is the primary occupancy, but I think some determination needs to be also discussed about difference between public assembly and those that are assembly for those who are familiar with the space.
On a similar note, I was wondering why that public was not removed the way the other two publics were. On the other bullet points in category 3, the public is struck with red, but not in the first bullet point.
I think that was a model change from what I recall, but could we go back to the language there?
Yeah.
The part I was looking at was in our draft of chapter 16. Is where I was seeing that.
Yeah, could you pull up our draft chapter 16, Katie? Perfect. And then in the table. There it is.
Yeah, my understanding, Tony, is that one was committee, that was kind of a committee discussion past code cycle, where they recommended the amendment there to strike public. And I'd have to pull it up to see why. I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm recalling that now. We could pull up the comments on that. I think that was where the Genesis, I want to say that it was a Terry thing that Terry engaged.
Yeah, Terry maybe is what I remember.
Yeah.
So we could flag that, check in that public. We could kind of look closer at this proposal, and then also the whole table 1604.5 is kind of a tabling everything, and then we could, once we get it all pulled together.
Yeah, we can come back to it either tomorrow, probably not tomorrow. It'll probably be in the September meeting.
Yeah.
Tom, did you want to work on, was there anything that you wanted to work on as far as the language there related to public assembly?
Well, I am curious, what other people on the committee think about the difference between it going to risk category 3 with people who are not familiar with the space and those that are familiar with the space. If there is a difference that they see, or if just all assembly spaces, just because of the concentration of people, the concentration of the egress paths, that they should be considered that way. Open to discussing it and why Terry would have put this forth in the beginning. But I do think, striking out public altogether makes it clear. If public is going to remain part of it, then I think some designation of what constitutes public assembly versus non-public assembly should be made. But if the decision is that public is just stricken, then that clarifies the position. I don't know, Jody, Adelaide, I'm open if you see that if you just want all assembly spaces to be looked at in this manner, that's fine. I just wanted it to be clear.
It is more conservative to strike public in all 3 spots. It is more consistent to do it that way. I don't know if we have, I'm sure. I like the clarity of it for sure. More buildings are going to land in category 3. Although,
yep.
Which ones are we trying to exempt that literally have their primary occupancy as assembly?
Public assembly.
Well, let's pretend it's not public. Let's pretend it's any assembly.
Yeah, it's a
Which
rare
ones
number.
of those do we not want to be category 3?
Well, it's a rare number. And I think the discussion, now I'm starting to recall it, is why would it be limited to public? What's the difference between assembly versus assembly that's open to the public? Most assembly is public assembly. There's no defined term for public assembly. So I don't know, I think that was where that proposed deletion was just for clarity, consistency. And we're already still dealing with it, a large number of occupants. A significant building.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I just, the public being stricken, I think makes it clear. And then the definition being added of how you calculate primary occupancy, I think is also clear. So I'm fine on those two aspects.
Okay,
The clarity is the thing that I know is getting the most concern.
okay, so where does that leave us, J Money? Where were we at?
If Katie could mark, strike public, Katie, do you have access to edit these? I don't know if this is, yeah. So if you could strike, public on the first bullet and some new color or something and say committee recommendation to strike public on that. First bullet. And then, I guess we need the rest of the committee to weigh in on the SEAO proposal. Any objections or all thumbs up? And then once that's done, then we would approve if it's approve the public proposal and then table the rest of table 1604.5. The model code changes. So committee on
the clarity of adding the footnote. I think if we're having questions about it and it's just handing you what's already in the commentary, why not make that more accessible to all, even those who don't have the commentary?
Great. Yeah, we've answered it, I would say at least a dozen times. Any other thoughts from the committee on that one? On the SEAO proposal, adding the determination of how you get to primary occupancy?
I would agree with Jody that adding that footnote is probably the best course.
Great. Thanks for that, Nathan. Okay. Where does that, we got a thumbs up from Natalie as well. Great. Turn it back over to you, Jeremy.
all right. Next item is 16-5. And we're in section 1604.5.2. Katie, just scroll down to 1604.5.2. So there was a public proposal S81-22, and basically it's just for clarification, no fiscal impact. The idea was to more specifically capture PV systems, ground mounted and elevated photovoltaic systems and associated support structures that are becoming more common, to capture those for risk category determination. So this is what they came up with at the national level. And they said it would be consistent with what's already being done in most cases. And so opening it up for discussion here, 1604.52, the new photovoltaic panel systems risk categories.
Is there an analysis of whether this is a reduction in the requirements that we currently have in like 3111, or the same, or increase, or just clarification of which panels fall into which category, and these are where they should have always been designed to?
Correct, the latter. There's no there are some new definitions for PV support structures, but they're already there. It's just kind of clarifying what is already being done in the industry and what would already be reviewed. It's just that the code never really specifically had these terms or the specific language in here. But yeah, there's nothing new that I'm aware of. We could pull up the S81-22 if you guys want to read that.
I'd also like to quickly note, Jeremy, we probably need to have some type of pointer back to the scope of ground mounted PV regulation in the May bucket somehow in there. something like that.
So those are the definitions there too that you can read through.
So these are this new photovoltaic support elevated, that is a new definition, or?
Correct, yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Yeah. I don't. Hmm. Well, the other place that we see them is with assembly space underneath them. I mean, other types of stuff.
Anything else from the committee on this one?
That's good.
Got a thumbs up. Do you have anything else on this, Jody?
I have a note to myself to go look up where those definitions, the effect of that, because that being able to sort of counteract or undermine what we consider a building or not a building by sheltering and occupancy, I don't like it at all. I want to just see what that means in terms of like, are there allowances somewhere that gets that out of becoming a story? Is there allowances? I don't know. That's where that definition was a surprise. And so I'd like to look at it and maybe bring that back if there's something interesting. But that seems like to make something in a definition that exempts these structures from all the requirements for buildings and does not clarify how they fit within the structure of stories and roofs and all of the rest of that does not seem like the right use of code for this. So that's what I would like to check on to see if that definition, first of all, if it's existing and I just haven't noticed it, two, to see how it works with the rest of code, if it is new.
Great. Jody's going to do some investigation on the definition. We also probably could add to the scoping language up in chapter 1. I think it's pretty clear currently that if there's any public access under them, that they are regulated, regardless of being ground mounted systems. So that's the other thing to keep in mind, is that chapter 1 piece as well. Any other considerations?
Well, Tony,
Okay.
that makes me feel better about we can add if they're occupied. We have a lot of these that we see that people seem to like to use for lots of other stuff besides just ground mounted solars, picnic areas, storage, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are, I mean, even if you look at the language now in chapter 1, those are in.
I know it's
Just
just,
the ones that don't, that are, you know, of the height threshold and don't have public access underneath. Great, Jeremy, I'm turning it back over to you. Moving on.
All right, 16-5 is tabled. Like that one. 16-6, load combinations. Section 1605.1. So the modification we're making in 4 is related to the tornado provisions that we talked about earlier. We're going to see that when we get to the wind section. And then just note in the purple there, it's the snow load changes there in purple. You're going to see the significant change going from service level snow loads to strength level snow loads when we get to 1608. So there's really nothing to discuss here on these load combos, just pointing out that that's another place where we struck for an Oregon amendment, struck the tornado section. Next item is 16-7. Section 1606.4.1. This is an existing Oregon amendment, no change here. It's just triggering the require slow-ready roofs to include an additional 5 PSF dead load over the slow-ready zone of the roof in the gravity and lateral design of the building. This is just straight up language from the IECC. We pulled it from the 21 for the last code cycle. It's the same in the 24 and 4. This aligned with the executive order for slow-ready provisions. Any concerns from the committee on this existing Oregon amendment? All right, hearing none, that one's retained. Next item is matrix 16-8. It's section 1607 live loads. The purple you see in here throughout section 1607, you'll see it as we even get past this table, but in the table and beyond, they've just done some updates, reformatting, aligns with ASC 722 for clarification, no technical changes. Item 4 there, I don't know why it's purple. It shouldn't be. The fastened to the floor and the lobby is the exact same model code stuff from 21 IBC. No change on this. It should be black. So yeah, just update 1607 for clarification. No fiscal, the whole section 1607, new model code stuff in purple. Does the committee have any thoughts on any of the new purple model code stuff in this table and all this? You can scroll down, Katie, through the rest of 16.7 because 16-8 on the matrix is the whole section. If you scroll down further, keep going. Yeah, all these purple. This is all just clarifications, kind of updates, aligns with previous iterations and the ASC 722. Adelie, question, go ahead.
yes, Jeremy, I just have a question. I'm going through those loads. Is there, because at the different code hearings, we talk about the added load of the batteries in these electric cars in our parking garages. Is that taken into consideration with these floor load changes?
No, I don't recall that being addressed yet. I've heard the same thing that's a concern, but that did not happen this code cycle that I'm aware of. No.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's on one. I just know that it's quite a topic with that added weight we're adding, and especially to our existing parking garages.
Yeah, it might be coming for discussion on the next code hearings. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let's do this item 16-8 with 16-9 on the matrix, those in combination. We've got table 1607.1. Katie, if you could go scroll back up.
I have something on the table that I was going to ask about. On line 32, it talks about stairs and exits. We had this question recently, and I was wondering if we could italicize exits so that it would point to the definition of exit. I think that's the intent, or is that not
I wish-
the intent?
Yeah, I wish Laura was here. I don't think she lets us italicize things in tables. That's the
Oh,
that's a
Back.
The style guide for ICC, I feel like it changed a little bit because I saw some italics in their new tables.
oh good.
So that might be
okay.
changing.
Well, it was an area of confusion, not only for applicants, but even for review staff. So if that is a thing that can happen, then great. If it's not, if it doesn't meet the style guide, never mind. We figured it out. It's just.
Can we note that in the table? So Laura's back.
Yes,
include-
I'm back, but
Can we look at table 1607?
so there might be other incidents in our code where we add a table that we might want to look at italicizing those words. You know,
Yeah, it seems like it'd be an exercise for us, right? If we're going to start doing that. So 30, is it 31, Jody?
Right. And the one that I'm looking at is 32, stairs and exits.
32. So yeah, oh, got it. Okay, thanks.
I didn't realize it wasn't it was a policy to not do any italic. So I don't want to redo the formatting of every table in the thing just for that one change. That doesn't seem like a good use of time.
So while we're here, we have existing Oregon amendments in this table. Item 6 adds mechanical rooms and elevated platforms. We move a comma in item 31 for clarification. We add except for 1 and 2 family dwellings in item 34. And we add item 39. These were previous Oregon amendments that are being recommended being retained at this point. And we have a public proposal after you finish discussing the rest of these items.
Any questions, comments, concerns about these existing amendments? Seeing none, we're going to retain those amendments, no fiscal. Turning back over to you, Jeremy.
Great. So can we pull up the public proposal SCAO2? And if there's any representatives from SCAO on the meeting, if you can speak up on this one. All right. Doesn't look like there is anyone here from SCAO. So you can see, can you scroll up back up to their actual edit there? So they've added under office buildings, line item 23 in the table, the highlighted meeting, gathering, and collaborative work areas that do not have direct access to the general public. Uniform live load of 50 PSF with a concentrated 2,000 pound load. I don't know if this has something to do with the discussion that Tom brought up earlier related to these potentially, work area gathering, larger gathering and collaborative work areas. But anyway, during the SCAO Code Committee Review Committee meetings, Amit Kumar brought up that at the national level, this has been a topic, and it sounds like it's happening where this is going to be a change in ASC 728. So you'll see it on the next code cycle likely. So this is almost a leap forward. I don't think it's been approved yet nationally, but being discussed. Can you scroll down to their reasoning statement? So this proposal adds, scroll back up a little bit. This proposal adds a new category in uniform live load under office buildings heading. The new office building entry reflects modern spaces and office buildings used for the meeting, gathering, and collaborative work activities. Currently, there is ambiguity of whether these areas should be designed using live loads for office areas or for live loads associated with assembly. Differing interpretations of the building code requirements have led to conflicting requirements across jurisdictions. And then we scroll down a little further. So that right there, it says currently there is ambiguity. Can you scroll down more? Did they provide any, there you go. Let's see. This proposal is based on the results of research project and subsequent journal articles sponsored by the Charles Pankow Foundation that reviewed prior building surveys with office and assembly uses, reviewed prior observations of crowding of people, conducted a Delphi with distinguished structural engineers from 31 leading engineering design firms, and performed a stochastic maximum load analysis. The results of all consistent pointed to treating these areas the same as office spaces in terms of design loads. The expected 50-year max load is the same as offices in general, and the standard deviation was somewhat smaller, thus supporting the reliability of the proposal. We can read the rest, but anyway, it's all based on studies. Any thoughts, concerns?
Is there a
Comment.
definition of general public? I think that's usually what comes in. Is that clients that come in for meetings, or what is the intent for general public?
So there's a lot of situations that we're especially higher tech companies have group meeting rooms, working rooms, because the office spaces are becoming less desk oriented. And so where there are gathering spaces, they do these. Most of the time also in these are not areas that are near a building entrance. And for the most part, they don't want the general public within their general office space because there's a lot of proprietary information that they don't want shared. So I think it would be good to have an understanding of where areas may be accessible for the public or used for public assemblies, meetings, conferences, etc. But the intent has been, and I know what we've been seeing a lot of, it's most of these that are on second, third, upper floors or within office spaces in general, that they are not, clients are never brought into these areas.
I see that a lot too, Tom, with the open office concept. So then you have to check out a conference room to go have a conversation with a colleague, not to disturb your coworkers.
Right.
It's just when you throw that general office term, general public in, it's just, to me, that usually leads to application when it says general public.
We have a definition in chapter 2 of public use. If you could change it to access for, not have direct access for public use, because public use is defined as interior or exterior rooms or spaces that are made available to the general public. Public use may be provided at a building or facility that is privately or publicly owned. So that would align with the, to clarify the intent.
I think that would be great if it was tied to a definition, just a new general public, I just think is ambiguous. But I do see it in all kinds of buildings now where actually they don't even build conference rooms. They have pivot walls and they move them to create rooms when they need to meet with people. So I understand the need for it. And I also don't agree that the floor loading should be at assembly either. So I do think it's a good change.
Any other thoughts?
I think it's subjective either way. It just comes down to not assuming non-compliance of plan review. If they say that's how they're gonna use it, then kind of, gonna have to.
Is there a limit on the size of the space?
No, I don't remember hearing SCAO ever mention a threshold on adding a threshold for area. And with SCAO not being here, I wonder if it, if the committee's not ready to move forward one way or the other, could table. And then if you have questions specific to SCAO that we could ask and bring it back.
Yeah, committee, you have the option to table this. You have the option to disapprove it. You can table it with questions to SCAO, the proponent. It's really at the pleasure of the committee. So.
Just my thinking about if it's small space, it's a part of the office, but about if it's space that can have 200, 300 people.
Yeah, I know the study, I did see, they shared some photos of the study during the SEO code committee meetings, and they were very large spaces on some of the examples. But yeah, it'd be a great question to get more info from them if you want to ask them those questions. Any recommendations from the committee to disapprove, approve, or table?
I would recommend that we approve.
I don't have a problem with a small space, but if it's a large space and it become a high occupancy, then I think it's 50 could go to an assembly. It's 100.
One of the problems that we've had with trying to decide how big is the quote collaboration space is where's the edges, because there's a lot of times no walls. And so it's a furniture layout situation. And so we'll say, okay, well, this is what you've shown us. It's stated use. It's, we're looking at what you've given us, and you have small assembly adjacent. This looks like it's half the floor plate. So, that's been part of the issue. If you say large, do you think just over 750 square feet? Or are we saying like 1,000 square feet? Or I don't know. Like, I think I would like to table this one and see if we can have someone from the proponent side explain, maybe answer some of these questions. That would be my recommendation for this. And also, I do really like the idea of switching that general public out to the defined term of public use. That's why we have defined terms. So that's my recommendation.
Okay, and we do have an SEO member on the committee. They're not here today. Doesn't appear. Did we have anyone else from SEAO plan, Jeremy, to attend?
Seth Thomas said that he was going to be available today, but he must have got pulled away for something. I'm sure.
Okay, so it sounds like the committee wishes to table this one. We're going to table it. Table it with the addition of general public being replaced by public use. I have some question on sizing. Thumbs up from Nathan. Thanks for that, bud. And back to you, Jeremy. We'll move on.
Alrighty, we are on matrix item 16-10, section 1607.14.2 of the code. This is an existing Oregon amendment that corrects a model code discrepancy. The table 607.1 footnote A prohibits live load reduction for occupied roofs for use for assembly purposes. And then the model code language here in 1607.14.2 said the opposite. So it included, basically said that you could do that. You could reduce it for assembly on an occupied roof. Anyway, we've corrected that last code cycle, so no change here. And we just so you know, we pointed out the discrepancy to ICC last code cycle. They didn't fix it for 24. They might be looking at it for the 27 IBC. Any concerns with this existing Oregon amendment with retaining it? Hearing none, that one's retained. 16-11. Section 1608, snow loads. So this is the one of the biggest changes with ASC going from ASC 716 to 722. ASC 716 did not have snow load for Oregon in their database, and so we stuck with the SCA. We didn't even consider anything because there's nothing to consider last code cycle. But this code cycle, they've done grabbed 30 years of the latest grabbed the 30 years of the latest snow load data, pulled it all together. They've changed how they're actually modeling things. They're doing site-specific climate effect modeling. Anyway, there's 6 other states, including Oregon, that were pulled in for the 722 ground snow loads, and they're all mapped in the geodatabase. But the big change here is that it's based on a target probability of failure rather than the 50-year mean recurrence interval. So it's at a strength level load rather than a service level load. So when you go to the new maps or the ASC hazard tool to get your snow load, the snow load that pops up is basically an ultimate load. So it's basically 1.6 times what you're used to seeing for snow load. So it's kind of like with the whole changes that we had to deal with a while back with wind, going from ASD wind speeds to ultimate wind speeds. This is the same shift for snow. Note with this change, there are some areas of the state where snow loads have gone up. There are some areas of the state where the snow load's gone down. But based on all of the work that was done at ASC and their reasoning and rationale, they're saying that it's not overly conservative anymore where it used to be, and it's also fixing areas that were under conservative. So it's more accurate. Anyway, there was a general concern with snow load, all the changes with SCAO, like I said, a couple of years ago, but they did a bunch of research on it, discussed nationally. That there's folks with SCAO on the national committees. They've talked to the other SCAO groups around the country. Anyway, they came to the conclusion over the past since January that they want to move forward. So their recommendation is to move forward with this 722 change. And so right up front, you'll see 1608.2, the ground snow loads for roofs shall be determined in accordance with the reliability targeted strength-based ground snow load values in Chapter 7 of ASCE. 7, using the ASCE design ground snow load geodatabase at ascehazardtool.org. So it's getting a site-specific ground snow loads now using the new tool. And again, you're going to get strength level snow loads, but the tool does report ASD level snow loads. So that section right below the 1608.2 is 1608.2.1 ground snow load conversion. PGASD does not exist in ASCE 7. It's still needed here because we have prescriptive tables for 2308, section 2308, prescriptive conventional light frame construction provisions that use ASD level snow loads for their tabular span tables. So anyway, we still need that. So that's why it's still here for the PG ASD. And then just be aware that all of the changes here you see with this will be discussed with the residential code on the next code cycle for the residential code. Trying to think if I missed anything with these changes. Oh, the load combination, ASC 7 have changed. So that's another big thing. So if we retained existing Oregon snow loads and stuck with the SEO snow loads, then we'd have to fiddle with all the load combinations, because load combinations now for strength level forces, it's a 1.0 snow factor instead of 1.6. And then for ASD level snow loads, it's 0.7 times your calculated roof snow load for ASD. So Allie, go ahead.
Jeremy, I want to thank you guys for putting this in. At the last code cycle, I had engineers over here reach out to me, upset that the snow loads weren't updated after we went through Snowmageddon and lost hundreds of buildings over here in our area. So we know that it will be an added cost, but I also want to make sure that the people keeping track of the cost impact. After Snowmageddon, when they didn't update it the last code cycle, most of our engineers are already designing for the additional load that they needed to, because the Oregon code just hadn't caught up. So we've already been seeing buildings come through over here with that higher snow load, just because when you lose over 100 buildings in a couple weeks, you know you got to do something. And so thank you guys for finally making this updates. I had engineers reaching out to me asking why we didn't, and Tony had referred me to the state engineers group that made these changes for those engineers to reach out to. So I appreciate that they took this into consideration.
Great, thanks for sharing. So what you're reviewing here is kind of a mix of, you can see it's model code, and then the Oregon amendments are basically aligning with Oregon path, really. So all those paper maps that are in the model code, if you look at the 24 IBC, you'll see some maps, national maps for the snow. They're illustrative in nature, and you can't even read them really, and there'd be no way to get site-specific snow. So to avoid confusion, clarification, it was recommended that we just point right to the snow load database, which is what ASCE 722 requires that you do. And then in the modification under 16084, the reasoning for that modification is because in their symbols section of ASCE 722 and PG, they accidentally point to the paper maps instead of the geodatabase. So this is just a fix that I'm assuming will get corrected in 728. Trying to think if there's anything else in here. So yeah, it's just a streamlined, simple path here for ground snow load determination. I think it's here. The purple ponding instability is just slightly tweaked to make it more generic. It used to be much more specific. Now it's more generic to align with some updates in 722. And then if you, and now is a good time after if you have any more thoughts, I think we'll go back to 16-1 in the matrix, the one we tabled earlier. But any thoughts, other thoughts from the committee on this? Cost is, like I said, it's going to be an increase in some areas, decrease in others. It would be difficult to know. Nobody's done that. I think we're gonna have to see over the course, one way or the other, if we move forward with this, we'd have to see how things change, and then we could report back on the next code cycle, like how this changes affected costs. All right, hearing no other comments or concerns, that one's aligning with model code change. Can we go back to 16-1? It is construction document 160313. There it is. Thank you. So 1603.1.3 in the 2022 OSSC, it started out the ground snow load PG shall be indicated in it. And then we didn't have this beginning of this second sentence. We just said the following information shall also be provided regardless of whether snow loads govern the design of the roof. And that's because we had our long-standing minimum SEAO roof snow load of 20 PSF plus the rain and snow surcharge. That SEAO recommended not keeping that minimum snow load because of all this new dialed in snow load, and ASC 722 does still have a minimum roof snow load for low slope roofs specifically. That's always been in there. So that's captured. This purple model code now where it says for construction documents, the ground snow load shall be indicated in areas where the ground snow load PG exceeds 15 PSF, the following additional. So when you're under 15 PSF PG, so say 13, 14, 15, whatever, lower, you don't have to provide all this extra data on your designs. And the idea is that your roof live load is going to control the design, so you don't have to go through this extra measure or step. So that's why we came back to this item. Any concerns with this? And then also item 3 risk category replaces the old snow load importance factor. We don't have the snow load we won't have the old snow load importance factor anymore. It just went away because of these changes. And then also item 6. So snow load is based on risk category now. So when you go to the hazard tool, you put in your risk category of your building, say risk category 2, you're going to get a ground snow load of whatever. Say it's 40, and then you could change it to a risk category 3 building, you're going to get a higher ground snow load. So it depends on the ground. It's dependent on the risk category. Item 6, the 30 PSF trigger increased from 20 on the old code, just from that shift from ASD to ultimate ground snow loads. And then item 8 is it's a new winter wind parameter for snow drift. Basically, it's just the percent time from October through April when the wind speed is above 10 miles an hour. It's like a snow transport threshold. And it's just a figure in the ASC 7 standard to get that. But actually, you get it from the hazard tool. You'll get that number from the hazard tool as well for drift calcs. So any concerns with going with the model code here on matrix item 16-1, section 1603.1.3? Okay, hearing none. And again, this aligning with this is be the same kind of fiscal scenario as what we just went over under 16-11. So we are at 16-12. Determination of wind loads. 1609.1.1. And Laura or Katie, can you guys go to 1609.1.1?
Yep, one sec.
Oh, okay. Thanks. So as we're going there, we have an existing Oregon amendment that clarifies the basic wind speeds for flagpole, antenna tower designs, and exceptions 4 and 5 there. Those are existing. They've been in there for a while now. the key here is that those reference standards have some old outdated design parameters. So we point right back to our code for design criteria mapping. It also, we have that clarification for wind tunnel testing in exception 6. It's been in there for a few cycles now. And then that last temporary structures. So this, we're showing this struck right here, this item 7, temporary structures, but we need to, this is going to be one where we would come back to and tweak as necessary. When we get to 3103, it's titled temporary structures, and there's some significant IBC changes that have occurred. We were hesitant. BCD was going to recommend holding off on those changes just because of what's happening nationally. But Tony will be talking to you more about that when we get there, and just be aware that we're showing that struck now, but it might be unstruck depending on what you recommend during this discussions on section 3103. Any concerns, comments, thoughts on these to retain the existing Oregon amendment and align with the or basically remove that exception 7 or strike it now temporarily potentially? Okay, so moving forward, no fiscal on that one. Next is 16-13, protection of openings is section 1609.2. This is a section where we had in the 2022, we had struck this section title and took the naming off, and everybody was wondering where it went. We changed the name. We used it for a different code section. And so instead of doing that, we unstruck it, the protection of openings, and then clarified why we are not adopting this in Oregon. So windborne debris region provisions are not applicable in Oregon and are not adopted as part of this code. And that's because you go to windborne debris region definition, it says areas in hurricane-prone region areas only. And we are not in a hurricane-prone region based on mapping that's in the code. So this is just a carve out. So that's why that's struck. Any questions or comments on this one? It's more of a BCD editorial amendment. Okay, got a thumbs up. Okay, hearing none, let's move on to 16-14, basic wind speed, 1609.3. So no real changes. I mean, we had the interim amendments to the wind speeds that you're all familiar with now. So that's what you see here for wind speeds in the table, designed for the same wind speeds. No real change to the existing Oregon amendment. We do have a proposal, SEAO 3. Is anybody here from SEAO to speak up on this one? I can talk it if there's nobody. Okay, there's nobody here. So in summary, what they're doing here is they're recommending, we currently have tabular values for both non-special wind regions and special wind regions. And that was because it was simple paper maps. We just had this table of wind speeds for all the areas. And in the non-special wind regions, we conservatively grab worst case wind speeds for every county in the state based on the ASC 716 maps. They're recommending that when you go through, can you scroll down to their actual table there for this wind speeds? So they're recommending shortening up our current wind speed table, taking out all of the non-special wind regions, pointing the user to the ASC's hazard tool, which we point users to right now for determining whether you're inside or outside of a special wind region. So they would go there and get their site-specific wind speed right off the bat. If it says you're in a special wind region, then you have to come back to our table, which is what you already do. So they're just taking out they're recommending taking out the non-special wind regions, wind speeds. So it actually would reduce cost, potentially slightly reduce cost in areas where, say in the northeast part of a county, we grab the highest wind speed and it drops a couple miles per hour in the southwest corner. Now you'll get to use, or the user would get to use that lower site-specific wind speed count. So does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. And any questions on that? That's the gist of this proposal. There's a mistake under Multnomah Special Wind Region, I noticed. Risk category 4 should be 110, not 130 on this table, on their proposed table here. So we would change that to 110 to align with current code.
I will update it.
Thanks. So, can't think of anything else to add on this proposal. Hearing any, so you're gonna need, I'm assuming we're gonna need to have some action, right? To either approve, disapprove, or amend this proposal from the committee.
Yeah, it looked like the committee members in the room, I don't want to speak for them, but it looked like it seemed like a good fix to them.
Yeah.
So, nods and a smile. I have a thumbs up there from Natalie, a thumbs up from Nathan.
Great.
And then I think for Pierre, the fiscal could have slight reductions in costs.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, next item, 16-15. So figure 1609.3. If you scroll down to the figure, it's the special wind region figure. A little further. There we go. So there's no change here. Existing Oregon amendment. You've seen it with the interim amendment. We tweaked that little southwest corner of the Curry County based on the the wind studies that were done. So no change there. It's still there. And just so you know, 728 is considering pulling in all of our special wind regions into their mapping tools, so that we likely won't even need a special wind region speed table anymore. It'll just give you the wind speed for site specific, and the areas that are currently identified as special. You just get those right from the tool. Also be aware that we are coordinating with Oregon State University's mapping folks to shift gears on the Oregon Design Criteria Hub tool that was developed for residential climatic and geographic design criteria parameters. We're doing similar work with them for developing OSSC specific structural climatic and geographic design criteria. So we'll have it for the 2020. We're expecting to have it for the 2022 application sometime next year, maybe spring or a little later. And then for the rest of that code cycle, because that'll still be in effect or usable until April 1st of 2026. And then we'd also have the 2025 iteration, which would capture all this new ASC 722 snow and wind and seismic for use by fall of next year. So when the 2025 becomes effective. So just be aware that's coming. So this still, we're on line item 16-15. Any concerns? Not hearing any on that. We'll retain that existing Oregon amendment for figure 1609.3. And then the table will update based on your recommendations for the proposal. SEO number 3 for table 1609.3 under item 16-16 of the matrix. 16-17 exposure category in 1609.4. This was an Oregon amendment, recommended amendment by SCA last code cycle to carve out all of the duplicative requirements that are in the IBC and ASCE. And there's just slight tweaks or differences that were creating some confusion. So they just recommended just pulling all those out. People are already going to ASC to do this wind stuff, so they figured let's just get this. So that's an existing Oregon amendment that is being recommended to be retained. Any comments on that one? Hearing none. We're retaining the existing Oregon amendment. Matrix item 16-8. This is finally the section on tornado loads that we were talking about, 1609.5. So you can see the statement, tornado load design provisions, including those in ASCE 7, are not applicable in Oregon and are not adopted as part of this code. So that you keep the section numbering, it doesn't goof anything up, and then we strike all the related provisions, and also it prevents us from having to do all the modifications to ASCE 7 related to tornado by just stating that here, that they're not applicable. Any concerns with this? The Oregon amendment. It's more of an editorial, administrative edit. Hearing none, that one is approved. 16-19 is section 1609.8, an existing Oregon amendment clarifying peer review requirements for wind tunnel tests. So no changes here, just an existing Oregon amendment to clarify things and aligns with ASCE 7. We confirmed it still aligns with ASCE 722. Concerns, okay. SEAO recommended retaining this one. So hearing no objections, this one is retained. 16-21 is item 1611 or section 1611.1 design raid loads. The IBC made a shift in rain loads to bring in 15-minute design storm rainfall data for 100-year, 200, and 500-year return periods, which is not what the 21 IBC had. The 21 IBC just had the 15-minute for 100-year return period. We reached out to NOAA, I think it was maybe a year ago, who provides this data. So if you go to, they don't map this in the IBC at all. They used to, they don't now. And ASCE 7 refers to NOAA data, refers the user to get NOAA data to get their storm data. And NOAA has not done these, they're working on it. They don't have this data for Oregon. I think it's several states, maybe 5 states in our area, Northwest area. And so we're recommending, we kind of need to hold off and stick with 21 IBC as far as the 15-minute, 100-year data. So it's basically retaining the same information. And we have that alternate path where it says a rainfall intensity of twice the 100-year hourly rainfall rate indicated in figure 1611 shall be permitted to be used. So if you scroll down, you'll see that map is the same. And that map is the same that was in the previous iterations of the IBC, and it was based off of IPC. And we don't use IPC, we use IATMO, but we coordinate with our plumbing group, and we don't see any issues with retaining this path for this section. But if you go back up, there's some purple, all the new IBC purple language is just good cleanup clarification for the designer on meeting the intent, and it aligns with ASCE 7, eliminates some confusion. So just, in our opinion, good cleanup. But we could, if we wanted to go into this, there is a proposal. It was S124-22, had no fiscal impact, they mentioned. But yeah. So anyway, that's the story on this one. Any comments from the committee on what you're saying here?
You got a thumbs up from Ruby in the room.
All right. So we just covered 16-21 and 22. So it sounds like the committee wants to move forward with what they're seeing there. No fiscal. 16-23 is section 1612 flood. And again, this is a BCD administrative amendment to align with Oregon rule statute related to local floodplain administration. Can you scroll down a little bit, a little further? Okay, sorry. I was just reading through it. Okay. Yeah, so that's just existing amendments to, and then the flood hazard documentation. We are coordinating with DLCD's flood folks on these provisions, just for kind of cross coordination, collaboration, just so you're aware as well. Any thoughts, questions, discussion on this one? Thumbs up, Natalie. Okay, this one's no fiscal impact for ICC stuff. Next item, 16-22. Oh, sorry. 16-24, section 1613, earthquake loads. So some of you may be aware, based on the SAMs that we brought in, the statewide alternate method that we brought in with the change or allowance to use the multi-period response spectrum in ASC 722. That's really the big shift for the seismic to go over. So right up front, you'll see this is kind of a combo IBC change, Oregon amendment to align, but you'll see right up front 1613.1. We point to the USGS seismic design geodatabase referenced by ASC 7 is available at ASC 7 hazard tool, blah, blah, blah. So basically the IBC, we're pointing right to ASC 7 for compliance, and then we have a direct path for the user to get the seismic design parameters from the geodatabase right here. ASC has a link, but it's kind of buried in a note. So this is nice to have this directly in this section of our code. So they've also, so with the multi-period response spectrum, so instead of a 2-period response spectrum, you get the multi-period response spectrum. And also there's additional soil site classes. There's BC, CD, and DE. And all these changes were done to enhance the reliability of all the different seismic design parameters that you get from that are obtained from the database. ASC 716 was based off 2014 data. 2022, ASC 722 is based off of 2018 data. So it's all based on latest data. It includes updated magnitudes from earlier earthquakes, considers new earthquakes that have happened between 2013 and 2017, and based on more advanced modeling. There's one change with that D default site class where you had that D default, and I don't know if you remember in section 11.4.8 of ASC 716, you'd run into a problem like when you go to the mapping tool and you put D defaults, it would sometimes say, hey, you can't get your seismic design category, or we can't calculate it for you because you got to do a site specific analysis. And the reason for that was because they found that in certain areas, site soil class C was actually, you get higher accelerations, ground accelerations, site class C. They've fixed that. So it's site class, you got that site class B, C, C, and CD. Those are your new defaults, and it requires the user to take the worst case between all of those. But the nice thing about the new hazard tool is it does it for you. You can click default, and it will check the worst case for those three when running through the numbers. So just wanted to be aware that that's all been kind of fixed, that whole mess that happened with section 11.4.8 of ASC 716. It's all been corrected.
I had a quick question on this. So in general, I mean, it sounds like it's all based on more current data. It's actually also maybe more site specific, like it's getting more accurate. Do you have an understanding of whether it was generally an uptick or a downgrade for places, for Oregon locations, or, you know, going to the more specific?
Yeah, I think generally it went up on the west side of the state-ish. And then on the east, there's some spots that have gone down, or east of the Cascades, it's gone down. So it's kind of both ways, up and down. So I think the cases that were high seismic have actually gotten a little higher. And then lower, gone a little lower. But yeah, that's generally. Trying to think, do we get any cost on this? Oh, ICC proposal said, yeah, slight increase in some cases and slight decrease in others, depending on location, soil conditions, and your building height. So yeah, the period of the building is going to come into play too. So
Did you get that, Pierre?
slight increase in some cases and slight decreases in others, depending on location, soil conditions, and building height.
Yep, sorry, I was typing all that out.
Perfect.
And this might be a good time where I could just quickly share my screen. It might be helpful. See if I can do that. Do you guys see the hazard tool map?
Now we do.
I get a pop-up saying Zoom quit unexpectedly, generate a crash report.
You're still on.
So you guys still see it? Are you seeing me move my mouse around?
Yep.
Okay. So this is the hazard tool main page. I'm just going to close the welcome screen, zoom in. Let's go to Portland. To go downtown. So you do an address or lat longs, but I'm just going to click find on map. Just pick a spot. So we're at the ASC 722. You can pick all the old options too, but we're on the 722. This would be the new one if you recommend approving. We go to risk category. Let's assume it's a risk category 2. You can do, like I said, you can still do default, and it's going to run through and check. Or if you have a geotech report, click the appropriate. You can see all the different. You got BC now, so it's between rock and very dense. It's a BC, CD, and DE are the new ones. But we can click
here. It's the screen's not moving. We see the hazard tool, but it just has the general menu, and none of the drop downs were appearing or anything like that. You could try again.
Yeah, I'm gonna try again. Do you see my cursor? No, I'm getting a crash. Sorry.
So now we can see the drop downs and we see part of Portland, but I don't. Well, Jeremy, you back?
I am back. Sorry about that. So I think my my computer's going to crash if I try to do that again. So you guys You guys can play with this on your own. Go to the hazardtool.org. Go to any site, your jurisdiction, wherever. Click on ASC 722. Click the risk category. You can do the soil class default. You toggle on the wind, the seismic, and the snow, and click view results. And you'll get the instant parameters. It's instant for that. You can look at the summaries. You'll see the new PG Ultimate ground snow loads. You'll see the PGASD at the bottom of the screen. You'll get seismic design category immediately. It's all there. So anyway, just wanted to let you know that that's something you can do on your own.
And with that, that moves us up to the suspended acoustical tile amendment, number 16-25 for those keeping score at home. And I think this is a good time to break for lunch. At the pleasure of the committee, what would we be looking for a lunchtime? Jody wants 10 minutes, but.
Oh, we could do an hour and a half. What did you?
30 minutes would be good for me.
30?
10 minutes works as well, but yeah.
I'm good with whatever. It's already 1 o'clock if we want to get started.
That's right. You're in the future.
Yep.
Okay, let's come back right around, let's come back at 12:40. How does that sound?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay.
everybody. Up. Why don't we just restart? We'll restart the discussion now. So again, we're now moving on to the public proposal PP02 regarding a single exit stair, small footprint apartments, and we have the proponents here ready to talk about their proposal, and we're kind of setting the stage of how we got to where we're at. So 2023 House Bill 3395, you see in section 8, the language in front of you. We have been charged by the legislature to review and consider updates to our specialty code, the OSSC that's being promulgated currently through the Building Code Structures Board, which this committee is an extension of that advisory board, and then the advisory board will hear any recommendations from this committee to allow a residential occupancy to be served by a single exit consistent with the following policies of this state. The reduction to the extent practicable of costs and barriers to the construction of mid-size multifamily dwellings, including those offering family-size housing with sprinklers on smaller lots, while maintaining safety, public health, and the general welfare with respect to construction and occupancy. Encouraging a variety of less expensive housing types that allow single exit residential buildings under certain circumstances consistent with other adopted building codes. In adopting or considering updates to the building code under this section, the department shall consider regional variation in firefighting capacity and equipment, and may make amendments to the code contingent upon a certification by a local fire official that the municipality has sufficient firefighting capacity and equipment. So what we've been charged with is to review and consider this. The review and consideration is occurring right now. There is no mandate to add something to the code. The mandate is to review and consider. So with that, we're going to cover a couple of national position papers on this topic real quick, just to make the committee aware. Laura, if you could just pull one of those up. All right, so for the committee here from NASFM, here's a position paper regarding opposition 2 single exit stairway configurations. We have a series of these. And I think what's going to happen is I think we'll post them to the committee access webpage so that the committee can access them if they wish to. It's obviously been discussed at the national level. It continues to be discussed at the national level. And I think that would be the point now where I would turn it over to the proponent for their regarding their proposal. And then I think the first thing for the committee would be, it is in play nationally currently. Where is there a status update that you could share with the code committee on that, Michael?
I think the best person to speak to that is probably my collaborator, Stephen Smith, who will be speaking as well. He was presented to the National Council earlier this year, so he can speak to that better than I can.
Great.
Yeah, so I presented that in the spring. This year there's 2 rounds of hearings. There's committee action hearings, one that were in April, and then the second ones are going to be in October. When I presented it, I told them, you know, I know there's very little chance of approving on the first round, so I'm here to listen to comments. And you know, it was they voted against recommending approval unanimously. And then in October, I'm going to go back and integrated some of the comments. And excuse me, and we'll do it again. So it's in the process. We're in the middle of the 2 hearings.
I would also say, like, if I understand right, the very first question was, have you run this past any states yet? Is that correct, Stephen? A key question was. Anyway.
I don't remember about that one. A key piece of feedback was they believe this is something for states and localities to consider.
Okay. Thank you.
That was like by far the most common piece of feedback.
Does this current proposal in its current form incorporate any of those changes that you're making for, I assume, the Long Beach, the October hearings?
It's going to be a slightly different thing. The one that's going nationally is going to be an optional appendix. To an extent it does, because I mean, the most important change for Long Beach is going to be that it's going to be in an optional appendix. And it will have, and the Oregon proposal, at least there was 2 proposals, right? There was mine and Michael Barrett's, or, you know, there was the first one and then essentially the second one. And at least the first one leaves it up to the discretion of fire officials based on equipment availability. So to some extent, yeah, I mean, in different ways, I would say.
Okay. Okay, well, Laura, can you pull up their proposal, and then I'll leave it up to you gentlemen to lead us through.
Thanks so much. And to be clear, I think Michael Barrett has put a lot of time into developing a somewhat different proposal. I've also been in conversation with him, and he's put in a bunch of work. I'll let Michael introduce himself in a bit, I guess, if that works. And Stephen and I put together this proposal earlier in the year as a starting point for discussion. We wanted to make sure that you had some like substantive things to work with. I'm totally willing. I know that Michael's been in conversation with Tom on the committee, maybe among others, and I'm fully willing to endorse Michael's proposal as well. But this is just a collection of possibilities that we hope that you all will be able to consider and think about. We also have Shane Boland here from Owen Gabbert. Shane's with a small developer, exactly the sort of folks who would potentially be using this. And I hope that Shane might be able to jump in for any feedback as well, if he has any. For the moment, I'll just start by saying I'm a researcher with a sustainability think tank. So I'm not a technician in any of this. So I thought it would be appropriate for me to start by saying, from my perspective, the policy goal that we're trying to get out here is we're trying to make it possible to do small scale multifamily buildings on relatively small lots, several thousand square feet. As I'll quote Stephen on this, that in most of the world, the word for a small scale apartment building on a small lot is an apartment building. It's overwhelmingly the most common way to do multifamily housing is a single staircase, units wrapped around it, yeah, and an elevator typically up the middle in the richer countries. And these are countries that have much better fire safety records overall than the United States in general. And there's just got to be some set of rules that can safely allow the construction of such buildings, I guess is where I'm coming from in this, and where I was coming from with our work on 3395 and in trying to develop this proposal. Now, I leave it to the folks like yourselves, like Stephen, like Michael, like Shane, all of whom have a lot more expertise on what those details should be. What are the reasonable requirements that would do this while making it possible for you know, a small scale apartment building to actually get built with a more efficient floor plate. But that's where this is coming from. I also want to speak a little bit to one of the issues that's raised in the proposal and in the legislation that you just read, the issue of discretion for the local fire official. I know that everybody here is fully familiar with the benefits of clear and objective standards in making it possible to get buildings to exist and helping everybody understand the accepted way to do things. The Governor's Advisory Council recommended a clear and objective standard here. At the same time, we totally understand and accept that there's also a legitimate role for discretion in things like what is adequate equipment to access a building. And so our recommendation in this document and today is that on the question of discretion for the local fire official, that there be some direction as to just not like it can be based on any issue, but there's sort of discretion on the specific issue, perhaps, of equipment to access. It's totally reasonable for a jurisdiction to a fire district to say, we don't have equipment in our assessment to access these buildings, so we shouldn't be allowing them in these jurisdictions, or we do have adequate equipment for this. And so that would preserve the role of discretion. It means that you don't have to define in the code exactly what a ladder truck is, but it sort of directs the fire official in what they're supposed to be looking for. So that's the extent that I'm going to get into. Unless there are questions, I'm happy to field anything, and I'll pass things to Stephen next, I think. Does that seem right?
Yeah, I'm happy to take it over from here. Could you scroll up a little bit to the top of this, and we can just, I'm sorry. The scroll down a little bit to where it says Oregon Structural Specialty Code changes. There we go. So here's a proposal. I guess, we can just go through it one by one. Here we go. Yeah, let's go to the underline section because this is where it starts. So this is drawing very heavily on Seattle's experience. There's a number of ways that this is approached around the world, but given that Seattle is the closest to Oregon, we thought it would be best to start from there. So it starts out, not more than 5 stories of arch occupancy are permitted to be served by a single exit. Just to clarify, the ground floor is not served by the exit, or is at least not considered to be that in Seattle. So this is really, we're talking about a 6-story building. We also add a provision here that the building is not a high rise. This is not in Seattle's code, but I have seen at least one developer sort of play some games with mezzanines and sloped sites. So this is to close a loophole, but it's not, doesn't really substantively change what is built in most of Seattle. So can't be a high rise, which, as you all know, is level of fire service access to 75 feet to the floor level of the tallest occupied floor. So we get 6 stories in total. Scroll down to the next page, please. And then we also add the provision that not only does it have to be R2, but it can't be a boarding house, a dormitory, a fraternity, sorority, a hotel non-transient, or motel non-transient. So we're talking about, real apartment buildings. No more than 4 dwelling units on any story. This is not in this section, but elsewhere in the code, there's an occupancy limit of, 20, the occupant load for a single stair building is per floor is 20 occupants, which works out to 4,000 square feet. So in practice, the floor areas will be limited to 4,000 square feet each. This is 1/25 of what is allowed by the IBC in a 2-stair building. So a 2-stair building, you can get up into an occupant load of 500, which works out to 100,000 square foot per floor with only 2 stairs. So we are, our ratio of units to stairs is, well, the absolute worst case scenario is reduced by 96%, I guess. Then here's where we get into the more complicated parts. We proposed 2 options really for a code. These are highlighted in the different colors. So the first option, and we're happy to, we want this to be like a conversation, so it's not take it or leave it. These are your 2 options, but by talking to people in the fire service, architects, building code community, et cetera, some people had some questions or issues with this or that. So we figured we'd just present both options. So they all require 1 hour fire resistive construction, which in practice means all construction types are allowed except I believe it's 5B and 2B. So you can do non-combustible, but it has to be one of the more protected types, at least an hour for the primary structural frame, I think it is. And then one of the options says that you have to have it points to 903.3.1.1, which is it's a full NFPA 13 sprinkler system. Currently, at least in the IBC, you can do a 13R system up to 4 stories, and I believe that 4 stories is often interpreted as the section above the podium, so sort of oftentimes even 5 or 6 stories. This option would say that if you're going single stair above 3 stories, that is 4 stories or more, you must have the full NFPA 13 system. You cannot do the less stringent 13R. 6.5, we say no more than 2 single exit stairway conditions in the same building. In Europe, it's really common to see these chained. You get what looks like a very large building with a lot of different cores in it. Seattle's always limited these to 2 each. We carry around that same limit. I think actually Seattle defines it based on the property, and we change it to in the same building to be a little more logically consistent, because you could have a very, very large property. Alternatively, you could have, buildings that are very closer together than some pieces of property. So building is just a little more logically consistent. 6.6, we say, you can do an exterior or interior stairway. Here we get to a separate option that we have, which in turn has 2 other options for compliance. We say if you're doing an exterior stairway, it's naturally ventilated and protected. I've seen a lot of these in Portland for sort of 3-story single stair buildings. You see them also a lot in the Sun Belt. In Seattle, it's fairly common to have indoor stairs and outdoor stairs. I'd say, I think someone told me it's about 50-50. So if it's an outdoor stair, it's naturally ventilated, but if it's an interior exit stair, Seattle says that you have to have the stairway and a related exit passageway, which you don't usually have, usually just a stairway, has to be pressurized in accordance with section 909.20.8. In the vanilla IBC and also in Oregon's adoption, that is only used in high-rise buildings. In Seattle, they have a special low-rise pressurization option in there, which we'll get to in a minute. We also add, though, typically in Europe, you get the option to either protect the stairway, which in Europe just means usually enclosing it and then having often like an operable skylight at the top. That's sort of like a less stringent version of this pressurization requirement. Or each dwelling unit or floor, depending on where we are, has to be reachable by the fire service. So we sort of try to integrate those 2 options into the proposal, where we say either the stair has to be, if it's interior, has to be pressurized, or each dwelling unit has to have a balcony or deck facing the street, measuring at least 4 square feet for every dwelling unit occupant, with at least 20 square feet in total. In Europe, they usually allow window rescues. US fire departments are not, there's just a difference in philosophy. There's not as many, rescues from the sides of buildings in the United States, or at least it's not envisioned. And so as a result, we're not envisioning anyone breaking windows and going into it. It's, you just have to have a balcony, which makes it easier to rescue someone than from a window. So these are the 2 options we give developers. We would envision the first option, 6.6.1, being more often used just because of the shapes of lots in the United States. and also the density that we tend to allow, the lot coverage we tend to allow on the site, doesn't always make it easy to have each unit facing the front. However, for large units, condos, 3-bedroom, whatever, family size condo, it might be more popular than, installing the mechanical equipment. So at the end, I'll explain Seattle's low-rise pressurization option, but in the meantime, 6.7 just says a corridor has to separate basically the units cannot open right onto the exit. You have to have a door in the way. So there is there's like an extra layer of protection, an extra door there. If you could please scroll to the next page. So the dwelling unit doors cannot open directly into the stairway. But if it's an exterior stairway, they can, because the natural ventilation is the protection. 6.8 just says that you have to have at least you cannot have more than 20 feet of travel from the door to the stair to the door of the dwelling unit. In practice, from what I've seen in Seattle, no one even gets close to this. They're always pretty close, since you can only have 4 units per floor. There's very, very minimal travel distance. And then the total travel distance from the farthest corner of the unit to the stair is 125 feet. Just for some context, this is half the distance in a building with 2 stairs. You're allowed to do up to 250 feet. And also, that travel distance is not measured to the second nearest stair. It's measured to the nearest stair. So if you guys will allow me in a moment, I want to present an image. In a 2-stair building, the second stair can be much, much farther than 250 feet away, which in my opinion makes it essentially non-redundant, because the 250-foot travel distance is designed to be, the maximum that someone can reasonably sustain themselves in a smoke-filled corridor. So if you have to go to the second nearest stair, it's even farther. 6.10 is the exit stair shall not terminate in an exit court. Basically, you cannot have a very narrow, long exit courtyard. I've never seen this in practice, but I can imagine they're trying to, they're trying to stop architects from designing buildings where once you get out of the building, you're sort of herded through like a very narrow space. And then 6.11 is what Michael was talking about. The building official has received documentation that the local fire department will ensure access to equipment, such as a ground ladder or apparatus, which can reach a building opening at least 65 feet in height. So this gives the building official the discretion to deny this for jurisdictions that don't have, in effect, aerial apparatus. So this would be volunteer departments, more rural jurisdictions. When I was looking up equipment in the more urban jurisdictions, everyone had ladders that would go that. Everyone had aerial apparatus that would go that high.
And I want to jump in just a sec. That building official has received documentation from the fire department. That was the request from a small district fire official I spoke with in my research about this, saying that like there needs to be a concrete step that they take. Otherwise, her fear was that people would take it too fast.
Yeah, there you go. Extra layer of protection. Okay. 6.12 just allows mixed use buildings, but the occupancy cannot communicate with the residential portion of the building. In Seattle, I hear that they're thinking of adding, or in Washington, I think they're gonna add directly communicate here, because communicate is a little vague. So I think we should probably add it in our proposal too. It should not directly communicate, which is to say that the retail space has to be accessed from the outside, and you can't, inside of the building, you can't move from the retail space to the exit stair without first going outside. So a fire or smoke cannot travel between the two areas. This is just intended to allow mixed use buildings. If anyone thinks this is not stringent enough to achieve the intent, we're happy to reconsider this as well. Parking garage, bike storage, package storage areas, lobby, things that are accessory to the group R occupancy are permitted to communicate with the exit stair, just so we're not accidentally making it illegal to have a lobby, for example. You can't force people through the lobby, or sorry, through any other occupancy, including the accessory parking garage, in order to get to the outside from the stair. And then 6.14 is from Seattle's code. There shall be no openings within 10 feet of unprotected openings into the stair other than required exit doors to further protect the stair. So Seattle points, if you have an interior stair as a smoke control measure, they point to their version of 909.20.8, or sorry, 909. Their version of 909.20, which includes item 8, subsection 8, whatever it's called, which is they call stairway pressurization for low-rise buildings. Typically, pressurization systems are used in high-rise buildings. So this is a less stringent option for a low-rise building. So if you could scroll to the next page. I'm not a mechanical engineer, but my read of this is it's essentially a prescriptive version of what's currently in 909.20. So my understanding is this shouldn't really change anything, but it does give the building official an easier way to evaluate whether or not the system complies. So I'm not going to go through all of this. Frankly, I don't really have the technical expertise to explain it, but this is what Seattle's got. This is taken verbatim from them. I think that's it. Am I allowed to share a diagram of something?
Sure, please do.
All right. So what I want to show you is, the code does not have a mind of its own. We have, people say, the intent of the code is this, the intent of the code is that, but all we really have is the actual text. So if we look at, this is from the vanilla IBC. By the way, you can all see this, right? That's a long, skinny corridor building. Could someone tell me that you can, it says a lot.
Get online.
Yeah, we can see it.
Got it. Okay. So actually, I had an architect draw from the vanilla IBC, which tends to be adopted. I'm not positive is adopted in every single way in Oregon, but if these numbers are what you guys allow, then it is the same in Oregon. And these are the two important ones here. The code allows, ignore that, that's an error. It should be 100,000 square feet. The code allows, like I said in the beginning, 500 occupants per floor with at most 2 stairs in an R2 occupancy. And then there's a bunch of travel distance limits. It's 250 feet from the farthest corner of a unit to the nearest exit stair. And then it's 125 feet essentially either to the corridor to the corridor between the 2 stairs. So the maximum common path of egress travel. The point of, you have 125 feet until you have 2 ways out of the building. So there can be up to 125 feet where there's only one direction you can move in to get towards the exit. And I had an architect design this building. I thought it wouldn't be possible to actually max out the 100,000 square feet, but he managed to do it. This building is ridiculous and would never be built. This is technically the absolute worst case scenario in a building under the vanilla IBC with the limits for 2 stairs. You can see it's very, very large. These dwelling units are absurdly deep. Architects have been pushing the envelope on windowless bedrooms, but nothing quite like this. So let's leave this one aside. This is a little absurd. So I had him draw what's the realistic one you can build without windowless bedrooms, which, are becoming more common. But and what he drew was this. It's about half the size of what's allowed. It's a little shy of 50,000 square feet. This maxes out the 250 feet maximum travel distance from the farthest corner of the unit to the nearest stair. I think here it is right here. And then it maxes out the 125 feet common path of egress travel. I'm not sure. Oh, I guess here's one right here. And then it maxes out the dead end corridor of 50 feet. So you can be 50 feet past the exit. So this is what is allowed by the vanilla IBC, and I assume is also allowed by the Oregon Structural Code. As you can see, it doesn't really provide redundancy. I mean, in theory, if this stairway is blocked, you can go here, but the travel distance is extremely long. It's about 500 feet. So, when the code was written, I don't believe buildings were this large, but over time, architects have been pushing the envelope. This one is still pretty large. I would doubt there's anything quite this big in Oregon, but something a little smaller, I think, is very common in Portland, especially. And so the current code does not have any objective limit, have any objective measures of fire safety. It's a consensus code. It was developed, and this is what everyone was comfortable with. So, our argument is essentially, if you're comfortable with this, we are increasing the safety. You don't get 2 exits per floor, but in a situation like this, you don't really have 2 exits. Sorry about that. You don't really have 2 exits, 2 usable exits per floor either, because if one of them is blocked by the fire service, the distance, the next one, 500 feet, that is not, at least it's not intended to be survivable in a smoke-filled corridor, which, given the increase in plastics and furniture, if someone's couch lights on fire, or they put something in the oven that has plastic in it, produces a lot of smoke, they leave their apartment, the self-closing door either doesn't work or the smoke just escapes before it does. The corridor fills with smoke. This corridor can be, unbroken. There's no doors in it. And there are a lot of people, hundreds of people on the floor who can be put at risk. And, even more at risk if the fire department has compromised one of the stairs and it's no longer, survivable, or there's a hose in the way or whatever. So I would ask that, this is what we need to compare the proposal to. This is 50% larger than what can be built, because there's a 4,000, so this needs to be corrected. There's a 4,000 square foot occupant. There's a 4,000 square foot limit in what we're proposing in any single stair building, since the occupant limit is 40 feet. So just imagine everything to the right of here is gone. These are to scale, but it doesn't really matter whether we include this or not. You can see the scale is just so vastly different. That this is why we believe that fundamentally we are increasing the safety of the buildings with this proposal. So that is my presentation, and happy to take questions.
Thanks for that. Opening it up to the committee members here. I do have one question, Stephen.
Mhm.
Is there a reasoning that Oregon should be getting ahead of where we are at, where the status is currently at the national level? It sounds like it's being moved into an appendix, or would it make more sense for the path that's being, figured out at the national level to kind of set the stage for what would be adopted in Oregon?
So my proposal is to move it in the appendix. I don't know that they'll approve it or not. The ICC is a very conservative body, and frankly, I suspect they will not approve it. And if they don't, what is the process? We're currently working our way through the 2027 code. So if it doesn't make it in now, the next opportunity is 2030. The 2030, how long does it take before a state adopts the new code? Usually a couple of years on top of that. I would be very surprised if it just sort of works its way through the normal process, if anything comes to Oregon within the next decade. The ICC is, the voting structure is very dominated by smaller jurisdictions. There is, in my experience, I don't see a big concern for housing affordability. So, I guess you have to ask yourselves, are the I codes serving us in this matter? Seattle thought they weren't, New York City thought they weren't, then Honolulu copied Seattle and thought they weren't. Connecticut recently passed a law to reconsider it. So I guess that's ultimately a question for you guys. Are you realistically, do you want to wait 10 years? And is the ICC process serving you?
And I can break in on this. Obviously, Oregon is writing code for a lot of small jurisdictions, and we think that there's that's why we're not arguing against the case for the carve out on the fire district officials' discretion. We think it's that seems to me to be an elegant way to divide Oregon's various interests. I wonder if Michael or Shane might have a take on that local versus national question too.
Yeah, I think it's both. I think we have our own special way to make these things work, and we know we have a housing crisis across the state. And so thinking about it locally and acting locally is something that we've done as a state in the past. I think, you know, if we work in tandem, that's fantastic. And if one supplements the other, that's even better. But I don't think we want to bank on that, especially since, you know, this is something that's feasible for us to sort of solve as a state or as you know, as a combined jurisdiction.
All right, thanks. I'm going to turn it over to the committee members here. I have a couple with their hands up. Adelie, I'll go to you first.
Thank you, and thank you for your time. Just a couple things on the code change proposal. I've worked in large jurisdiction and done high risers, and right now I represent a small jurisdiction. But I tend to agree with ICC when they say to make this a state level issue. For me, at the state level, I would say not to put it in a statewide code. And I know that you had mentioned that you wanted the sign off from the local fire chiefs. But when you're in the rural parts or the Eastern Oregon side of the state, our fire chief is also the guy that manages the hardware store that may not have any qualifications. We also had a small community that had their ladder truck they had one and it went out of service for 6 months and the city couldn't purchase it. So we had to have a mutual aid agreement that was 20 minutes before we would have another ladder truck brought in. And so when I took performance-based design review at the fire code, you know, our goal was to figure out how to make stuff work outside of the code book. And the one thing that they always talked about was never sell off passive fire protection for equipment. I get that Portland may have multiple ladder trucks or other places may have multiple ladder trucks, but smaller jurisdictions would typically have one. And then they may not be able to replace it because there's been instances where developers would come in and purchase equipment for fire departments as part of the alternate, but they don't have funds to replace that at the time. And it's not just an equipment issue, it's also a staffing issue as well. And this language only addresses the equipment from the fire department. I do know that ICC is working on a technical document, so I would like to wait to see what that technical document looks like. I do think you already have the tools in your toolbox through performance-based design, through alternates to work with the jurisdictions that have the capacity to do this. As an ICC voting code person, I can tell you affordability is always at the forefront when I vote at code changes, because it's important to have affordable housing, and it's not just a local Oregon issue. It's a national issue for affordable housing, and it's super important. I just don't know that this is ready to go in our statewide code, because in Oregon, it's structured different than all states. We don't have a choice. What goes in the statewide code becomes the code for the entire state. We can't say, oh no, we don't like that, even though the fire chief that was nominated, and we also have fire chiefs that on fire commissions that then become the chief that don't have fire code knowledge, and they get elected on every 3 years from different boards. And so having that piece tie in with making this a statewide code, I would prefer that it stays where we already have it, in an availability for an alternate at a local level.
So with regards to performance-based design, there is a lot more use of performance-based design in other countries. When it comes to small multifamily buildings, I usually see them using the prescriptive code sections. I guess the reason would be that it can be very expensive to take a building through that process. And if we're talking about fundamentally, you know, at most 24 units, it's a big cost to bear. I'm not aware of anyone who's ever done it in Portland. There's small buildings. Actually, I should have mentioned this. I'm actually coming to you from a single stair building. It's 5 stories in New York City. It's like one of the new ones. There's no fire escape. And there's not a lot of money in them. So that's why, you know, our desire is to get a prescriptive code section. I wanted to ask you about your concerns about the, you know, more smaller jurisdictions. As you were going through it, I was thinking of ways to like square this circle. One of them could be updating the language to require redundant equipment. Like to be honest, I don't really see, like, I've spoken with a lot of people from smaller jurisdictions, and I always look up their jurisdiction, and I always like look for 4-story buildings in their jurisdiction, not single stair ones, but 2-stair ones, and like I rarely see them. There are the World Trade Center was built, meeting the IBC. And you could build the World Trade Center to meet the IBC everywhere, and places don't zone for it if they don't have the capacity for it. But your point is well taken. Is there, I'm trying to think of like an objective way to carve this out. Jurisdictions with volunteer fire departments could be excluded, some kind of redundancy for equipment.
Yeah, when I think about kind of like the crux of this single stair proposal, it's really saying in the OSSC, we can take, we're allowed to do this kind of building up to 4 stories. And so a single stair is allowed, and it's capped at number of dwelling units, and you have to have the emergency escape windows and these other the pieces. But that's a statewide thing that fire can service as kind of like that floor. And so I think really it's about what is, how do we maintain the equivalent level of safety by adding 2 stories above that with the same kind of pieces? And so is it increase, exit systems, or beef up that stair, or sort of other things that are there? And I think the pushback is always going to be fire, and what makes sense to sort of have that same level of fire service to a building that's 2 stories tall. I think that's where we thought about this. If a department doesn't have equipment or isn't comfortable with servicing a building that tall in the same way they would service a 4-story building, then there could be an exemption out there. But I think for departments that have, what I think we really like about the state idea is it sort of sets this bar that jurisdictions don't want to, take that risk or say, hey, we're going to do something special just for Portland or something special just for Eugene. Kind of says, well, this is something we can all come together if we have that sort of level of comfortability from the fire service.
And I want to give some more time to the committee here. So I see Nathan with your hand up. Nathan, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to inquire about what you foresee the cost savings would be versus what going through the appeal process would be, because this to me seems like something that could be brought through an appeal board in jurisdictions like Portland that have a specific board that handle these kind of issues, whereas outlier or smaller jurisdictions didn't really need to be affected by a state level code change.
I think so. There's 2 ways to think about cost. One is like the floor area savings, and for a small building, I see floor area savings of about 7%. I think stairs are typically more expensive than the rest of the building, so I've gotten quotes for a second stair for a 6-story building, and they were high 100,000 to like 300,000 range, which is a lot. I don't see the dollar costs of going through an appeals process of being super high. I mean, in a worst case scenario, you might need to hire a fire engineer, probably tens of thousands of dollars. The bigger cost I see is the uncertainty of the process and having to, developers don't like uncertainty. For small buildings, it's usually a killer. And I guess I know that single stair 3-story buildings are becoming a more and more popular type in Portland, and I haven't seen anything taller, which suggests to me that it's not viable to go through the process.
Shane, I think you'd be great at speaking to this.
Yeah, no, thank you. My name's Shane. I'm the director of development at a group here in Portland. We specialize in infill housing, particularly focused on affordability. And it's just, an appeal for the size of project we're talking about is just not viable, particularly from a timeline perspective. And frankly, at that level of variation from the baseline code, I think it's pretty unlikely they would get approved on a case-by-case basis unless there was a firm precedent that had been set, which I don't understand to have been set. So when I'm thinking about the obstacles there's the uncertainty, particularly when I'm thinking about affordable projects. There's all these layered timelines that have to fall into place, and layering in that additional timeline for an appeal is a non-starter on a project that's kind of 10 to 20 units. There's just not the capacity to have that be a path forward.
So from my perspective, Adele, I completely hear what you're saying about smaller jurisdictions. I think I think we're eager to find some way to address the totally legitimate questions you raised. The question for the committee as a whole, I think, is like you've got a handful of cities, Portland, Bend, Eugene, Beaverton, where those are the only places it's economically viable to build this building type anyway. And those are the ones that are being held back if we're prioritizing caution in the name of these smaller jurisdictions where it's almost certainly not going to be built. And that's where the costs fall, and that's the trade-off that you all have to face, it seems to me, because we're still going to have a statewide building code, even if the ICC creates standards eventually.
All right, I'd like to get it over to committee member Matthew Amos. Matt.
All right, thanks. So again, Matt Amos, State Fire Marshal's Office. So I just want to step in and say, you know, although the State Fire Marshal's Office is fully in support of affordable housing and moving forward and supporting the governor in that, we also want to stand kind of firm on that idea of we don't like the idea of supporting something that kind of goes backwards in the code. We've gotten to the point where single exits are allowed in very specific requirements and very specific ideas. And again, we put everybody at risk when we say we're going to go taller, we're going to add more, we're going to have more provisions when it comes to adding pressurized stairwells, so that there's more maintenance, there's more follow-up. If those fail, the systems fail. And really trying to address, is there a cost savings that balances out the risk that we're putting our firefighters in and the risk that we're putting our occupants of these buildings in? When we keep them under 3 stories, a simple ground ladder can reach most of those windows, allowing us for rescue operations without the need of a truck and special operations. When you start getting above that, now we're asking, we have to have a truck available on scene. And so again, you've mentioned it already, there's only a handful of jurisdictions within the state that would even have the capacity to support this construction. Similar to what other states and local jurisdictions have done, we would support them if they decided to adopt this model and move forward with that locally. But the idea of making it available statewide, where there is potential that the fire districts or fire department could be circumvented and this could go into place because it is in that model code. So again, it's just going back to that, not really willing to accept that level of risk statewide, when if a local wants to go through that process, they could do that.
Just to clarify, I don't think there is a process for a local jurisdiction. Like, doesn't Portland have to adopt the state code?
No, so there is actually a process. It's in 455-040. There's associated rules with that. That's a local amendment. I'd be happy to send more information on it if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm interested, yeah.
Matthew, do you have any reaction to the points that Stephen was making about I think to my totally lay ear, I think there's a pretty strong case that these smaller scale buildings are inherently safer simply because they are small. But maybe I'm missing something.
No, we hear that. And again, this is the single stair currently allows for a smaller building with, you know, in most cases, you're only looking at a max of 12 dwelling units, which again, it stays in that smaller footprint. It stays on a smaller scale. But when you keep it at that lower level, again, it allows for ground crew operators to get access without a ladder truck, without very specific apparatus or equipment. And you keep the number of occupants at a lower number and a smaller scale of events.
Sure, but
when
that,
you start,
go ahead. Sorry.
When you go higher and you go larger with, again, we can go back to European designs and standards, right? They have a different approach to firefighting and fire prevention. They are ahead of us in many ways on certain standards when it comes to designs and buildings. We aren't designed the same way as them, and the footprints aren't the same. So it goes back to, there's a reason that national code standards or ICC hasn't adopted any language like this because they have to look out for the smaller jurisdictions, just like we do, that don't have the capacity to support something that is very specific to high population density areas that aren't the norm across the state or
But
across the nation.
a four-story building with that very long corridor that Stephen's shown is currently legal under the building code in Malheur County, right?
As long as it meets the requirements of the Oregon Structure Specialty Code, yes. And it meets requirements from our side for fire department access and water supply. Yes, it would be allowed.
So I
do
think
you worry about hundreds of people sharing a single hallway with 2 stairs where the second stair is over 250 feet from the, you know, like where only one stair is within that travel distance?
It's not necessarily just the travel distance that comes into play on this as well. You have to take into consideration if we respond and we're using that stairwell for firefighting operations and egress and ingress, that stairwell gets overloaded. People could either get trapped or it delays the ability to fight or efficiently fight a fire internally because we have to get people out before we could get in. Whereas if you have 2 stairwells, you have the opportunity to access the single stairwell that is closest to that fire or fire operations, as well as providing an egress point at the other stairwell for occupants and limiting the area of rescue.
But so you would send people over 250 feet through a smoke-filled corridor to get to a second, more remote stair?
Odds are if that fire was on that floor and the corridor was filled with smoke, we would actually more likely attempt to rescue people from the exterior of the structure versus actually sending them on the interior towards the fire.
But the whole rear of the building isn't I mean, the fire code doesn't require access on all 4 sides. It only requires access on one side.
Fire department access is required within 150 feet of all structures.
I guess, Matthew, what I would ask about this one is I hear, hey, we don't want smaller jurisdictions to have to, you know, have the equipment or maintain the equipment forever. That seems like a burden here. Is there any guidance that BCD can give to the more populous jurisdictions to form some sort of code guide or something that would be adopted city by city that can help them give it? It's like, hey, we know that the Oregon Fire Marshal has pointers or has direction, so it has a consistency across cities. Because I think like having that, maybe not fully statewide adopted, but having some sort of like standard can help those officials sort of point to it and get a little bit closer to yes, and say we're going to try this in our jurisdiction because we're in line with, you know, Bend or Eugene or Salem or Medford.
That would be more on the building code side of things, not necessarily on the fire department or fire code side. So
Sure.
we wouldn't have that stance. That would be something that BCD would have to put out or agree upon and then work with those local jurisdictions to make that determination.
Okay, I want to get to the next committee member here. We have committee member in the room, Jody from the city of Portland. Jody.
Yeah. So I had one sort of general comment and then sort of a lot of smaller suggestions. One is that it seems like jumping from 3 stories to 6 stories is a big jump, and that I would recommend some of your proposals move toward extending that 4 stories or less, just a smaller jump in terms you've already recognized that the national level is conservative, so is the rest of the state. So like your jump is part of the issue. 2, recognizing that the thing that we're concerned about, which I'm sure you've heard because you've listened to the testimony at the hearings and you're hearing this, is that it's the lack of choice. When you have it all in one staircase, you've removed the option. So talking about the distance to the other stair is not something that is equivalent to a choice. And then a few different suggestions for your many different, you know, the 6.1 through 14. I would recommend putting a size limit on your floor plate. I know you say 4,000 square feet, and that's based on the spaces with 1 exit, but a lot of people would consider each one of those apartments or each one of those dwelling units as the space with one exit. So if 4,000 square foot is your objective, then write that. Another one was, I recommend tying it to particular construction types or excluding particular construction types, if that's your intent. The 1 hour construction is not really code language that is helpful. It's much better to put it, because you could have, for example, a 5B building where you had all the 1 hour constructions required for the dwelling unit separation in 420. Does that count or not count? I don't know. Of course, it wouldn't count because of number of stories, but anyway, because of construction type and how tall it could be. Another one was if the balcony is a particular square footage, if your intent is for the person to be able to get out on the balcony, I recommend a minimum depth. So if you're saying like 3-foot depth or something like that, because in theory you could do what, 2 foot and longer along the whole front of your apartment, and maybe that wouldn't meet what your intention is. And the last one was that 125 foot is the common path of travel, like you said. So I think that particular line item is not necessary, because that's where you have to have a choice of 2 exits. If you have only 1 exit stair, by definition, you only have 1 option. So that's already a limitation. So those are just a few recommendations for your proposal, even maybe at the national level. I mean, as a committee member, I don't think this works for Oregon right now.
Yes, committee member Ruby.
I just add to Jody that we need some kind of a data about the fire and time to evacuate people from this kind of buildings to show that they are safe. And because you go from 3-story single exit to 6, it's a lot of jump there.
I do want to clarify that right now, under the OSSC, you can do 4 stories with a single exit. It's that confusing stories about the grade plane. I think it's like a 4-story building versus a 6-story building.
Currently under the OSSC, only 3 are permitted above grade plane.
Correct. So we would be proposing 5 above the grade plane.
Okay, so with that, committee members, I'd be looking for, I can go for a roll call vote on this.
Well, Tony, so I just want to want everybody to know I am in support of this as a concept. And I do wonder if there's a way that we could put this, like they were talking about to the ICC, we put it as an appendix, which I know several things have been proposed to the ICC that they put into an appendix so that different jurisdictions have the guidelines and the choice that they can have in order for someone to submit an alternate means and methods request in order to support it and work with the local jurisdiction and see if it's potential. That way it's not something that would be mandated, something that people would point to in places that would not have the ability to use it or to service the people that are in it. I also suggest that there's some language that the prescriptions on stories per 504.4 would be incorporated into this. I know that was brought up at the ICC hearings as well. So that, a 5A building would be still limited to 4 stories. The other terms of how fire departments would address people in a 5-story, say, type 4 HT building or type 2 building, those prescriptions are still in there. So the equipment that would be allowed, et cetera, that would be allowed would still be understood because of how those are being addressed in 504.4. So I do have questions about, whether stair pressurization, just because Seattle does it, is really the best way to get more affordable housing. I like the balcony idea. I think there's other things that can be done that are more passive than smoke pressurization. But I think it's a decent start, and I'm just curious what the committee would be thinking about if this became an appendix and therefore provided some guidance for those jurisdictions that would have the capabilities, that would be comfortable in their fire service of being able to address an emergency event in such buildings, that we can put it in there and people can have the option. Again, I'm not in a working with the jurisdiction. This is more for Matt and Deli and Jody to discuss of how they may think that someone may use the appendix in order to approach them as an alternate, but I'm just wondering how that may be perceived by the committee.
Okay, so I'll open it up to the committee. I can speak to the appendix piece, Tom, real quickly.
Okay.
So under legal guidance, as we've discussed previously throughout this process, we typically don't put things in code that aren't effective. So it sounded like that's what you wanted, was like an appendix of framework of this, but that it didn't apply anywhere, and then be as some type of prospective local amendment or something like that.
I understand that, and I see that Matt Rozel's here. There's a possibility of maybe a Portland City Code Guide being brought into this or something, but I do think some guidance as to what could be done would be beneficial, because I agree, having to wait till we adopt the 2030 code is probably too far. There's a lot of situations in older existing buildings that these would actually be a benefit to being able to replace some of those, and would be far safer than the existing buildings that are being used. So I just foresee the need for something like this coming into play faster than we could actually incorporate it through the ICC. And some thinking along those lines, I think we can address.
Sure. So under statute and rule, we have a process for local amendment. And that's where, let's say, the city of Portland is very interested in this proposal and they wish to include it in their code. And they then basically request a local amendment consideration. They put together all the work. They have some public meetings on the matter, and then they add that to the code. In the past, the old 5/1 was a local amendment. And so that is a pathway that has long existed, and I'm happy to share information about that with the proponents. And then I want to also open it up to the committee members now based on Tom's thoughts. Are there any feedback from the committee for Tom?
My only question on the appendix is that, and I haven't followed it in the appendix portion, just in the body of the ICC code change, but ICC is working on a technical document just addressing the stats on the single exit stairways. What did they propose it at the national level to be in a separate appendix?
Are you thinking of the NFPA?
No, I'm talking about the ICC IBC.
I don't know anything about that. That's
Okay.
news to me that they were considering it. I mean, I wasn't even aware they put out technical documents. I know that NFPA is having like a conference in 2 weeks, and then they're going to produce a report in response to it.
When I was meeting with one of the ICC board of directors, he let me know that the ICC was working on a technical document for the single exit stair. Because it's so closely related to affordable housing, they wanted to actually have some stats out. But I don't have a date for when that was out, but I was curious about the appendix because I hadn't seen a new appendix being proposed into the IBC. So if we did that in Oregon, would we be creating a whole new appendix?
Sorry, to answer your question about the appendix, it's my proposal for the fall. I'm not sure that's been posted online, so you'll probably see it soon. Just updates the existing proposal, E2424.
Tony, I like your local adoption amendment the best because again, I'm not a proponent of it being statewide.
Okay. Okay, seeing no further comments, I'm going to have Laura do a roll call vote of the committee members. And this would be just please identify if you wish to approve or disapprove the public proposal.
Janice,
Disapprove.
Tom,
At this level, I have to disapprove.
Adelaide,
Disapproval.
Jody,
Disapproval.
and Matthew,
Disapprove.
Ravi,
Disapprove.
Nathan,
Disapprove.
All right. So thanks for that. And thanks for being here, folks. Michael, Stephen, I'll reach out. I'll send you information on the local amendment process. I can give you some historical information on that if it's helpful. And please keep us in the loop on what happens at the national level as you move forward on the new approach.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yep, thanks for entertaining it. I hope we could talk to you again in a more acceptable way. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, then we move on to the next public proposal here. It's from Karsten Jonas. It's public proposal 03. And this one talks about allowing basically the Eurocode exit pictogram in lieu of the typical word exit as we're familiar with. So Karsten, are you here? I see Karsten. Could we get his proposal up? Okay. Karsten, we cannot hear you. Hopefully. Still can't hear you. Yep, we can wait a minute. Sure thing. We'll take a look. So this public proposal, it amends code section 1013.7. It essentially allows what we've all seen in travels from the Eurocode, the exit pictogram in lieu of the word exit. One of the things I'd like to discuss with the proponent is that I believe code already allows this essentially through building official approval, but there is no, linear allowance directly of this.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Great.
So yeah, basically, I intentionally made sure that this would be a choice and not a requirement, unlike an earlier proposal that was that someone else submitted at the ICC earlier this year.
All right. So could you walk us through it?
So yeah, as some of you may know, Canada went through this transition in the 2010s, so wouldn't be entirely unheard of to make this type of transition. So yeah, there's also existing buildings in Massachusetts and New York that have this as an approved alternative method.
Yeah. I've seen it in Boston.
Yep, exactly that.
Could we look at the language?
It's scrolled. It was towards the top of where my typing started. This is
Comments, thoughts from the committee?
In the other places where it's been adopted, is there concern about people not recognizing that as an exit because it doesn't have the word exit? I mean, as would be in lieu of, because in addition
to be honest, I actually don't know if this came up because those buildings have been around for quite a few years, and so I actually tried reaching out to one of them and basically was told that the person who helped do this doesn't work there anymore. So, but like Canada went through this on a nationwide basis in the past decade, so.
I think it was nationwide. There was a lot of marketing around it and other information sharing around it, then that would be maybe more well known. But since an exit is currently recognized as having the word exit, if I just saw this and had no words, I think that there might be some not as clear of exiting as we have with the regular exit signs. My 2 cents.
Last time I was in Italy, it took me a little bit. I mean, it took me but once you see it,
yeah,
then you know it, you know.
So, I did also find there were some like Oregon OSHA regulations that covered this as well. I submitted a petition to them to amend those as well, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Mm-hmm. What would you think about this being something that's permissive in addition to the word exit?
I mean, as a starting point, why not?
Jody, does that address your concerns?
Yeah, that would address my worry. I'm not ready to give up the word exit. And I know that there's a legibility and not everybody can read, but I just think that we're currently, let's let other folks, yeah.
Sure, Adelie, jump in.
So I do think that there may be a need for this where you have buildings that are specifically may have a ethnic background that recognizes some type of international symbol. When you say Canada did it 10 years ago, we haven't converted to the metric system either. And I don't know that we will just because Canada did, but you can always add additional signs besides exit. But to change this in chapter 10, or are we talking about making changes to the fire code too, and every single place where it says exit throughout the code? Because this is that would be a lot. But I don't think there's anything that in our code that prohibits a building official now from somebody saying, in my building I have exits, but I'd also like to add this just in my building as well. I don't know that any building official would say no when it helps provide an additional level of exit specifically to the need of that building.
No, I think you're correct. I think current code already allows for this type of discretion and flexibility, you know, a site-specific approval of the pictogram in addition to the word exit. So Nathan, go ahead.
I was actually going to make the same point that Adelaide did, but I would like to note for the committee that this symbol is present in NFPA 170 as it's shown in the proposal.
And I believe that is actually referenced by NFPA 101 as a compliance option as well. So like some jurisdictions could already allow this.
Yeah,
we can't use NFPA 101 for building codes.
Right.
Well, yeah, I was just saying like there are some other jurisdictions where that is the case, and so this may not be entirely new to the U.S. due to those jurisdictions.
I have a question. What is the benefit adding to what we have right now? This
I think currently, so Ruby's question for folks online was, what is the benefit of adding this to what we have currently right now? I mean, I think it would just be a more linear path to have it approved, whereas the discretionary authority already is allowed for, it already would permit a building official to say, yeah, you can add this pictogram in addition to the exit sign.
The main benefit I was thinking of was in like buildings that have like a lot of international visitors, like a hotel or an international airport. And also because like the current code is technically there's nothing that forbids it, but it's just really unclear.
As long as we keep the exit.
Okay. A comment from Ruby in the room is as long as we keep the exit and we don't have in lieu of, I think that was Jody's concern as well. Maybe we can work some type of language and come back to it. Do you think that makes sense?
I like that idea. And also I like the idea, and I recognize that the international group might be more from, like you in Italy, what about the Italians here, whatever, like, why can't we be more inclusive and not just use English language? So I do like it from that perspective. In addition, instead, not in lieu of, but in addition, as an option that maybe we can start moving toward that standard, but not give up what we're used to right now.
Okay.
Actually, let's go ahead with that if that's possible to do.
I'm thinking so. I want to hear from the other committee members, Adelie, Janice.
My question would be is if this is in chapter 10 and that's also in the fire code, is this something that's going to have to be reviewed by both?
No, it wouldn't have to be reviewed by both, but it would definitely have to be brought over. And I think Mr. Amos could do that. Make, say, hey, here's this edit. Eric does that as well. I used to do it. And say, hey, here's this edit in chapter 10 that you need to be aware of to include in the OFC.
I'm not opposed to having it be an option. I'm pretty sure they probably already have that in multiple languages, the airport that just opened the new terminal out there, but not in lieu of, but it may be in addition to.
Okay. Any other thoughts from the committee on it?
Could we propose that additional international approved exit signage would also be allowed or something like that into this, just to make it explicit, that to remove some of that confusion and make the potential usage of it explicit?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're looking at is as long as it's not in lieu, we would have some linear path there in 1013 that would say, okay, this type of pictogram, international pictogram, is permitted to be installed in addition to the exit signs under blankety blank. And I don't think we have to come up with the language now. I think we can do that offline and update the chapter accordingly if that's at the pleasure of the committee.
Is there anything that would prohibit someone from doing that now?
No, but the issue is that there's no linear path, and I think that's what the proponent is saying, is that it's not clear that you're able to do that currently. Other thoughts from the committee? Okay, so it sounds like, Mr. Jonas, we're going to approve your proposal as modified. We're going to take out the language of in lieu of, we're going to craft it a little bit, and we'll update chapter 10 accordingly, probably by the time of the final meeting, and it'll be available online. And I think Laura could share it with you. Once we get that language updated, we'll share it with committee members first. Sound okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for being here. really wanted to cover those two public proposals in chapter 10. And since we're in chapter 10, I think what we're going to do is we're going to shift back to Jeremy for our last hour or so and chip away at where he stopped in chapter 16. So we're going to switch it up, and then that'll leave us the remainder of chapter 10, except for the public proposals. Jeremy, are you ready to go?
Yes, thank you. All right, we are on 16-27, correct? No, 16-25. Matrix item 16-25, section 1613.1.1. Suspended acoustical tile or lay-in panel ceiling, seismic design. This is an existing Oregon amendment. It was added last code cycle to provide a more specific code path for prescriptive seismic design requirements for these systems. It's just a clarification. We've got the ASTM standards for suspended ceiling systems that are referenced in ASC and the building code, and this just helps kind of close the loop on seismic for these suspended ceiling systems. So existing Oregon amendment, if anybody has any thoughts, this one is planned on being retained and recommended to be retained by SCAO. Hearing no concerns on this one, it's retained. 16-26 is section 1613.2, determination of seismic design category. Just want to point out the model code. We already went through all the changes with seismic and the pointers right to ASCE 722 for seismic. The model code, there was a proposal to allow users to use the paper maps in the code. They're really illustrative. The ASCE standard shows that they're illustrative. There was a proponent at the national level that wanted the paper maps, but we see it creating some problems if we pull those back in, because it's only for specific soil site classes. So we just have a concern of being misapplied. So SCAO agreed. Strike that. We basically just say here, structure shall be assigned to a seismic design category in accordance with ASCE 7. And up front in 1613.1, we pointed to the ASCE hazard tool. And again, it's within a few seconds. You put in an address and you're going to get your seismic design category based on the risk category of the building and the soil site class, depending on the geotech. If there's no geotech, then you'd put D default or default. Any thoughts on this line item on the matrix from the committee? Hearing none, no fiscal, that is as shown. 16-27, section 1613.4, photovoltaic panel systems. We've got two existing Oregon amendments down below, 1613.42 and 1643. The first one was a SCAO proposal last code cycle, clarifies that the mass of non-ballasted PV systems need to be accounted for in the seismic design of the building. So non-ballasted meaning structurally attached to the roof. And then the other Oregon amendment is specific to, in 1613.43, is specific to the 5 PSF collateral dead load requirement for solar ready zones on roofs where those are required. And then you see in purple, just some clarifications, unattached, ballasted means unattached PV panel systems. Any thoughts from the committee on this item? Hearing none, that those are retained. The fiscal. Item 16-28, 1613.41 SEAO 4 proposal. 4. So this is a new SEAO proposal. I don't know if there's anyone here from SEAO right now. I don't see anybody. So on this one, ASCE 722 has updated provisions specific to ballasted unattached PV systems. The model code basically just says, it needs to be designed to accommodate sliding in accordance with ASCE 7, but that's not the whole picture. There's much more, and it's actually not really a sliding. It's more of a making sure that it, you're accommodating an actual movement, how far it's going to physically move on the rooftop. So anyway, there's more to it. So they just generalized it in this proposal. So if we go back to the proposal, if you go to their reasoning and rationale. Yeah, it just says all of the requirements in it. There's much more required. It's like a half page of requirements in there. And then you scroll down a little further. There's that. If you go up a little bit, the proposed. Yeah, it has additional requirements for ballasted solar installations such as panel spacing, local interconnection, determination of seismic forces, etc. This amendment simply removes the limited requirements and refers to a nationally adopted. So this is just alignment. This is just alignment with ASCE. It would create a kind of a hiccup, and we get questions if we didn't align for this proposal. So it makes sense from BCD staff opinion. But any thoughts from the committee on this? Anybody? Recommendations to approve, disapprove, amend the proposal?
That seems reasonable.
Okay. Anybody else from the committee? Thumbs up from Adelaide, thumbs up from Tom. Great, Nathan, thumbs up. Matthew, thumbs up. Janice, thumbs up. All right, seeing no thumbs down or any other comments, that one is approved. No fiscal. 16-20. Go ahead. 16-29. 13.7 modifications to ASCE 7 seismic. This one is this line item in 16-29. There's 8 different existing Oregon amendments. So remember, the IBC does not modify ASCE. We do. We are the ones. So we've always been modifying ASCE 7 for alignment. So we've got 8 from the 2022 that are getting struck this cycle because of the updates that occurred in ASCE 722. So that's a good thing here. Cleans things up. Makes it less confusing, less chance for misapplications. So a lot of these were due to the penthouse. The ASCE 722 has penthouse provisions now. Addressed all sorts of little updates that these amendments were originally created for. They're no longer necessary and they're obsolete now. So any thoughts from the committee on this line item to remove these 8 existing obsolete amendments based on moving forward with ASCE 722? Hearing none, that one's approved. No fiscal. Just clean up. 16-30 on the matrix is section 1613.7.1. We have an existing Oregon amendment that modified or amended our code to ASCE 7 to align the code to align with ASCE 722 terminology. Added an exception to the type 1 horizontal irregularity. So the new dashed underline there, that one basically it just takes the old existing Oregon amendment and it aligns the terminology and language now with ASC 722. ASC 722 has this TIR, torsional irregularity ratio term that's kind of a newly defined term. It defines what that is in ASC 722, so this will make sense to the folks that are going through that that path. So that's why it's dashed there, but no substantive change to the existing Oregon amendment. Any thoughts from the committee on this? Hearing none, that one moves forward. No fiscal. 16-31, section 12.3.3.4, existing Oregon amendment. This one just added the words there in blue and their connections last code cycle, just to clarify and prevent misapplication of the seismic overstrength factor for discontinuous elements supporting discontinuous walls or frames. And that aligned with the commentary in ASC. So that one, any concerns with that one? Hearing none, that one's retained. Next item, 16-32 is 161373. Modification to ASC 7, section 12.7.2, item 1 adds library stack rooms, specifically adds library stack rooms to the live loads scope for effective seismic weight provisions. That's a longstanding existing amendment from SEAO for clarity. So that one's being proposed to just be retained. No comments there, so that one's retained. Same on the next one, 1613.7.4, item 1633 on the matrix for section 12.14.8.1 of ASC 7. Hearing no issues with that one is retained. Item 16-34 in the matrix, which is section 1613.7.5, modification to ASC 7 table 13.1-1. This non-structural component exemption here it's a new table. The current code, ASC 716, does not have this table. It's just the exemptions are listed. So there's a new format that ASC 722 went with. And anyway, we had to reproduce the table here in the code and change the 20-pound discrete mechanical and electrical component weight to 75-pound there, shown in blue. In those bullets for seismic D through F in both those cases there. And this would just be retaining the existing Oregon amendment, but aligning it to show it in the format of the ASC 722 standard. Any concerns with that? Hearing none, that one's retained. 16-35 is section 1613.7.6, existing Oregon amendment, just replaces the term distributed systems. We were getting tons of questions from engineers asking what distributed systems were. They were thinking of like framing, wall framing, and whatnot. Anyway, there's a defined term distribution system in the standard. So we just cleaned that up by changing that terminology. Hopefully they update that in the 728 version. Any concerns with this one? Hearing none, retaining that line item. 16-36, ASC 7, section 15.4.3 in 1613.7.7. Existing Oregon amendment adds a clarifying trigger for the requirement to include snow and ice loads in the effective seismic weight and design non-building structures. Aligns with section 12.7.2 effective seismic weight. There was two kind of in the chapter 15 and non-building structures, and then in chapter 12 they're kind of saying different things. This just aligns, it helps answer some questions that people were having. It's not real clear in ASC 7 chapter 15, so this just cleans it up. The dashed underline again is some updates with the snow load ultimate, going from ASD to ultimate levels. Any concerns with this one from the committee? Hearing none, that one's retained. 16-37 is section 1613.8, earthquake recording instrumentation. Existing Oregon amendment just adds provisions capturing statutory requirements for all new major structures in seismic D through F be outfitted with an approved system for recording actual earthquake data. provides an exception allowing the applicant to pay an equivalent cost to Dogami's earthquake recording instrument fund. Something to note is we reached out as part of our kind of just general stakeholder outreach coordination with other agencies. We reached out to Dogami and asked for their feedback on this section. They are in the kind of in the middle of looking at their rules closer, so they'll be providing feedback maybe later this year, maybe next year. So just be aware. They haven't really weighed in on this code cycle, but maybe the next code cycle they'll have thoughts to share on this section. Any comments, concerns to me on this one? Hearing none, that one's retained. 16-38 on the matrix is section 1615 tsunami loads. No real change, like a few updates, tweaks to tsunami load provisions in ASC 722, but as far as this portion of the code section, no substantive changes. All the dashed lines here are just kind of updating it with current, ASC 722 standard and current code. So no issues here. It's basically just retaining the existing Oregon amendment for alignment with House Bill 2605 that pushed this requirement. Any concerns, comments from the committee? Hearing none, we'll retain that one as shown. Chapter 17-1, special inspection and tests. So section 1704-251, fabricator approval. We have an existing Oregon amendment in that section. Let's just clean up. A nationally recognized accrediting authority that was proposed a while back. Just retaining that unless comments by the committee to look at that closer. Hearing none, that was retained. 1705.2 is item 17.2 on the matrix. Existing Oregon amendment retains the 2009 IBC provisions and special inspection tables instead of deferring to AISC 360. So in 2012, the IBC went to AISC 360 for quality assurance and quality inspection requirements. In Oregon, we decided, or SEO recommended, to keep these specific steel special inspection requirements. So they're recommending retaining these again. So these are just retaining existing Oregon amendments. So it's this item, 17052, 17-2 on the matrix, 17-3 on the matrix, 17-4 on the matrix, and 17-5 on the matrix are all, this is all the same item for you to consider. Again, SEO recommended retaining all of this. And just so you know, that everything's updated based on the AISC 360-22 updates. No comments or concerns. I'm hearing none, so we're retaining those. Item 17-5B. Oh, Laura, I noticed that I didn't see this on the matrix. I must have missed it. It's right after 1705, I think we need another line item on the matrix. 1705.2.2 is the section of code. That purple there. This is a new standard for stainless steel elements in buildings. There's a new AISC 370. It's in chapter 35 as a reference standard. So special inspection, you're going to see this in chapter 22 as well, reference to this new standard AISC 370 for stainless steel elements in buildings. So there was an IBC, it was a proposal S141-22. I don't see a fiscal impact with this. It seems like if it was a stainless steel structural, they would have been following 17052 for special inspections already, and following AISC 360 already. The only thing is that stainless steel wasn't allowed for they didn't know how it behaves in seismic. So the AISC 341, I think there was a note in there that it couldn't be applicable to stainless steel. But anyway, there's this new standard addresses all that. So So I would say no fiscal if you move forward with this one, 1705.2.2, pointing to this new steel standard. Any thoughts, concerns with aligning with model code here from the committee? Hearing none. Yeah, Laura, can you just add that for reference in a matrix setting? And then 17-6 is metal building systems. This is a new proposal that came through nationally. The proposal number is S142-22. It's new. You're going to see this in chapter 22 as well, these metal building systems, and there's a new definition. Maybe you could pull up the definition real quick, Laura, for this one so we can see what this is. So these metal buildings are considered unique, highly optimized structures, heavily dependent on the bracing components to work for the design intent. And they often get overlooked. That's why these provisions and these special inspections have been brought in. From a cost standpoint, the special inspections already would have been done per the steel requirements in different sections of code, but this just consolidates it for these specific systems. So defined as an integrated set of fabricated components and assemblies that form a complete or partial building shell that is designed by the manufacturer. The system typically includes, but is not limited to, primary framing composed of built-up structural steel members, secondary members that are cold-formed steel or open-web steel joists, a metal panel roof system, and exterior wall cladding. The system is designed in a manner that permits plant or field inspection prior to assembly or erection. So I just wanted to show you that while we're looking back at this section. And now you'll be familiar when we see it in chapter 22 as well.
So Jeremy, does that mean all of our red iron buildings will now have an extra special inspection? Because we typically have the high strength bolting, but now it'll have a inspection on the bracing.
Yeah, you'll have the inspection on the bracing, periodic. Okay. So yes, this would be Pierre, could you add this as a cost increase if they weren't being special inspected already? So if the EOR, whoever put the table together for special inspection requirements, didn't mention it specifically, then yeah, this would be an added cost.
Yep, I added that.
Slight increase. Any concerns, or you guys want to discuss this one?
Jeremy, the only reason why it comes into contact for us is we only have one special inspection firm here. Otherwise, they travel an hour out of Boise, and so the travel time with those adds to the cost. And for some reason, when you ask them to do an additional one when they're already there, they charge more than that. So I just wanted to make sure I understood that would be a cost increase.
And if you want that, we could table this or pause on it and come back to it to see if we could get kind of more specifics on the cost, to see if it's going to be an issue from the manufacturers or the owner.
Well, I have a question from you, just from an engineer, because I'm not one, so I'm always so thankful when you answer my questions. But we're in low seismic zones over here, and when I go out and inspect them, I have my special inspection report, and I'm following the plans and looking at the attachments and the bracing. Is this that important that we need the added cost in the lower seismic zone? Is it are building inspectors just not looking at the bracing when they go out to do the inspection?
Yeah, I think in the proposal it just said it's regularly missed. It's regularly missed items, but that could be something to consider. We could talk to the proponent about low seismic to see if we could reduce the potential cost increase of this by excluding seismic design category, whatever. I guess it would be, we'd have to dig into a little further, but that could be something. So we could table this.
Okay, I always am concerned about cost, and let me tell you, when I got here and just wanted special inspections for high strength bolting, I thought I was going to get shot. So any of those, and again, it's just we have lots of travel distance. So if we could table that to see if we could refine that a little bit, because even
Mhm.
if it's on size, because if you're talking a 3,000 square foot or 4,000 square foot red iron building in seismic category C, I don't know why our building inspector that can't look at that in place.
Yep. Sounds good. Laura, could you flag this one for, and then Tony, this is another cost one. We'll be doing some outreach on costs, it looks like, for some of these line items.
Yep.
And
Thanks.
thank you for listening.
Yeah. Any other comments from the committee? Okay, that one's tabled. Come back to it. 17-7, line item 17-7, section 1705.3 for concrete. Oregon amendment. Sorry, can you scroll down on that exception 2 a little more? There you go. So that exception 2, we just amend that to clarify that the 2,500 PSI value in that exception 2.2 applies to the concrete strength used in the design calcs, not the strength specified on the plans. The way the model code reads, we've had lots of questions on this. It reads funny. It keeps saying the structural design of the footing is based on a specified compressive strength of not more than 2,500 pounds. That doesn't make sense. So we confirmed that their code doesn't make sense, but they haven't fixed it yet. So anyway, this is a existing Oregon amendment that we cleaned up. There's the dashed line there that you see. It's just further cleanup to clarify the whole item number 2. So this is getting out of special inspections when you can design for a 2,500 PSI concrete footings for light frame construction. Any thoughts on this one? Hearing none, that one's retained. 17-8, table 1705.3, special inspection of precast. Special inspection of concrete. So we've got the purple IBC 143-22 is the proposal. They said this was a slight cost decrease by reducing unnecessary continuous special inspections for the all other welds line item. So item F there in the current code, inspect all other welds, is captured as continuous. What they did is they yanked out the ones that really do matter. So you can see B, C, and D. These are kind of specific. So we've got spec welding and reinforcement for special moment frames, boundary elements of special structural walls and coupling beams, welded reinforcement splices, and spec welding of primary tension reinforcement and corbels. So those 3 there require continuous, and then now all others is periodic. So it reduces cost on special inspections for reinforcing bar welding concrete construction. Any thoughts on that model code change? Okay, similarly consistent with those specific items B, C, and D there. There's a public proposal SEA 05 under this same matrix item where they are proposing under item 1. So this isn't the welding of reinforcement. This is just the inspections of reinforcement. So they're recommending capturing continuous special inspection for reinforcement in special moment frames, boundary elements, and special structural walls and coupling beams. And then also in B, periodic for all other reinforcement. Those sections that they're showing underlined there, 2613.13 and 2016-13.3.1 of ACI 318. That's where this is basically it's a requirement in the ACI standards to do these per their quality control requirements. So that's where, if you look at their reasoning and rationale on this, you'll just go down and see. If you could scroll down to their reasoning, let's see, yeah, that should be right there. Amendment requires to include special. Yeah, as required by ACI 318, section 2613.13. And then if you scroll down a little more on number 2, this proposal corrects exclusion of the required spectrum table for concrete construction of special structural system. The proposal amends the table to include continuous special inspections, requirements of special moment frames, boundary elements, and special structural walls and coupling beams. Can you scroll down? Did they do a cost or anything on the? Can you scroll up? Just a little bit. There you go. No fiscal already being required by the ACA. So it's already being done in the industry, and they're putting it on their plans typically already. So their thought was that this is just alignment with what's already being done.
Jeremy?
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
I think this one will add a lot of cost to special inspections.
Okay.
Currently, if you have in place in reinforcement, whether it's a column, shear wall, boundary element, the contractor will assemble the reinforcement, and when they finish, before they close the form, they will call for a special inspection and the jurisdiction inspection. And but in this case, what they are proposing, it has to be continuous inspection. It means that the inspector has to be there watching them putting this reinforcement together. And I don't understand why you have to do this. Because the reinforcement is inspected by both the jurisdiction and the special inspection. To make it continuous, it means you have to have the inspector sitting down, watching how they put the bar together, the ties, the whatever. And I think it would cost a lot of money to have an inspector sitting there watching people putting the reinforcement together.
Yeah, I haven't read through the ACI standard 2613.13 and 1613.3.1 to see if it provides any specific commentary on the intent there. We didn't get into the specifics on discussing this, so I don't know more information from SEAO on this one until we could hold on this one and let them come back and talk more about it, or you could disapprove.
The work is already done properly.
Mm-hmm.
But I think to make it continuous, it means you have to have the inspector on site watching people doing the work.
Right.
And it's not really necessary because it's done. Right now it's done properly and it's inspected by both the jurisdiction and the special inspection.
This is Richard. Has there been a failure in these modes? I mean, what are we trying to address?
Nothing. This is a standard practice. They place the rebar for the post, and before they close the form, they call the inspection. Same thing is done for the shear walls, the boundary element, and also the beams. You can inspect them in the form. To the standard practice. But you specify continuity means it has to be there.
Jeremy, did they have a reasoning statement? I was trying to skim through it and see, and I didn't know.
Yeah, all they say is that it aligns with what ACI requires, and I did not pull that up. I could try to pull that up, but even that, even though ACI might say something in their quality control requirements, that doesn't mean it's required per our special inspection, unless specifically pointed to. But let me pull that up.
It might be worth just holding this one. I mean, instead of us trying to
Yeah.
provide their reasoning for them. We've already got a couple of questions we want from some of the other ones, so I recommend in the interest of time just tabling it.
Yeah, I apologize. I did not get more details on this one from them, so I apologize not having that info for the committee.
Well, and I thought we were gonna have SEAO here today, so.
Yeah. Hopefully, maybe tomorrow. I don't know what the schedule is tomorrow, but this might be one where show up for tomorrow. Okay, let's table this item. Thank you. So 1705.13.5 is a matrix item 17-9. 1705 13.5. So this is SEAO 6. These are some additional special inspection requirements they wanted to add specific to. So it says periodic special inspections required per this new table. I think the table should have been 13.5, 1705, 13.5 in their proposal, just looking at their numbering. But anyway, we don't have a table anyway. So it should be per table 1705 for the erection and fastening of exterior cladding, interior and exterior non-bearing walls, and interior and exterior veneer and structures assigned to seismic design category D, E, or F. And then there's an exception. Special inspection is not required for the following: exterior cladding, interior walls. So these are the same, and then they list for risk category 1 and 2 structures. So this is model code except for what's underlined everywhere. And then exterior cladding and the table is not in model code. Exterior cladding and interior and exterior veneer weighing 5 PSF or less is item 2. And then last one, interior non-bearing walls weighing 15 PSF or less for risk category 1 and 2 structures. So in higher risk, you don't get the exception, so that'd be new. And then the table is a new periodic special inspection. I think they were intending to align with the quality control intent and requirements in the AISI cold form steel standards. But yeah, this is a new unique extra requirement for these systems. You're going to read their rationale maybe below. The amendment is to ensure the periodic architectural components where relative movement and displacement of that system is critical to the component connection design. So curtain wall systems, whatnot, especially for risk categories, especially for critical structures that are risk category 3 and 4. And then if you scroll down, the proposal, can you scroll up a little bit? Yeah. The architectural components listed in this section are often supported at different levels of the building structure, and relative movement of those components relative to the building is critical to ensure component and connection design are still adequate after a seismic event. With risk category 3 and 4 structures being critical facilities that may need to remain functional after an event, ensuring these components are installed in accordance with the construction documents to reduce the amount of the non-structural fall and fall hazards after a seismic event is crucial. And can you scroll down? It's obviously going to add cost. I don't know if they mentioned that down below.
I think it's the same as the
Yeah.
the previous proposal. There's going to be a lot of cost to special inspection that is not required. It's not a high technical things, and it's not required by model code. And we have the jurisdiction can do the inspection, this kind of inspection easy.
Yeah. I remember I heard them saying it was getting missed regularly, and the engineers of record were getting frustrated about how often it was getting missed. That's what I heard. So we'll I think we need to table this one too, probably, unless you want to disapprove right now or approve. But my recommendation would be to table this one and see if they can provide more input for the committee.
I like tabling it mostly because they've claimed that it is no fiscal impact and that the ACI 318 has been requiring it since 2019. Addition has been, like the contradiction in what they're saying versus what we think is what I would like an explanation.
Just remember in the IBC, we don't typically, we point to these reference standards for like design and all these construction. There's specific sections of our code that where we point to quality control and quality assurance requirements. But when we don't, then those are not specifically referenced by our code. And you can see that in the AISC 360 standard where we specifically carve out all of the quality assurance, quality inspector requirements. So that's an issue with this concrete thing that, the code official is not looking at ACI 31819 quality control requirements that I'm aware of for these things. So just, this is a heads up. So table item 17-9, thank you. 17-10, section 1705-14-2. This one was just an existing Oregon amendment that we were recommending retaining for non-structural components. Clarifies the reporting requirements submitted to the billing official. Any concerns with retaining this one? Okay. 17, that one's moved, retained. 17-11, section 1705-14-3, designated seismic systems. This just, this was an Oregon amendment that SEO proposal a while back, clarifying the applicability of enforcement of risk category 3 and 4 structures and provides some flexibility regarding compliance. Any thoughts on that one? No change, existing Oregon amendment. Okay, that one's retained. 17-12 on the matrix, 1705.21 is the section, and I'm turning it over. Well, I can cover this. It's just, Eric will cover radon later. This is just the rate, correlates the special inspection requirements, existing Oregon amendment that aligns with the radon provisions in chapter 18. No changes here. No concerns, so we'll retain those existing special inspections for radon mitigation inspections. Matrix item 17-13, section 1705-22 is a public proposal.
You want to just table that because it's an SEAO proposal?
Yep.
I think they should show up and.
Okay, we'll table that one too. Just so you know, it's an aluminum construction. There's no special inspection specifically to that one, and it points the user to the aluminum design manual for their quality control requirements.
Yeah, you can go through it if the.
No, let's pause on that one. I think tabling is best.
Okay.
Oh yeah, at the pleasure of the committee. Is that okay? We table this. Okay.
Thumbs up from Jody.
I agree. It's odd that they have a lot of proposals, but nobody here.
Okay.
Well, and they're also committee, so.
Laura, did you, is it Ryan Guay that was supposed to be here from SEAO? Did you get an email from him or a phone call or anything?
No.
Okay. Let's see here. So chapter 18. 18-1 is the matrix item. It's section 1803.32. We're done with 17. So 1803.32. So this is existing Oregon amendment. We have had this in place for alignment with the 455-447 statute. It's a requirement to investigate and evaluate certain sites for vulnerability to seismic induced geologic hazards. The dashed underlines that you see there. SEAO had recommendations to update this. They don't impact, I didn't see them causing concern or a misalignment with statute or anything like that. They were updating to align with the chapter 20 and 21 requirements in ASC 722 and the terminology and different things for how they. So you can see that dash one, at a minimum, investigation shall include collection of shear wave velocity measured to a depth of at least 100 feet. That's all in alignment with the ASC 722 requirements. So it's just updates to align this longstanding amendment with the latest info on these for ground motion requirements. Any thoughts, concerns on this? Hearing none, that one's retained as shown. 18-2, it's section 1803321. Similarly, this one is the design earthquake portion of that. SEAO, it was their geotech group that was part of the SEAO code review committee. They have people that are involved nationally in the geotech world. So they've looked at this and these were the little tweaks that they made. So same thing on this one. And hearing no issues, we will retain as shown for that section. Matrix item 18-3 is section 180361, the site-specific seismic hazard report that's required for those specific hazard investigations. We've got the existing Oregon amendment we've had in place. And then again, coordinated with the geotech community to get this updated to make sense really and align with ASC 722. And then, so hearing no issues with this one, 180361 also, this is matrix item 18-3. Same issue, updates to the report. Or sorry, yeah. 18036111, Oregon Amendment provides provisions for the report review process. No change there. Existing Oregon amendments. Hearing no issues, we'll retain all those. Thank you. Matrix item 18-5, section 18048. Longstanding existing Oregon amendment adds provisions for underfloor drainage. No changes. Lines with the plumbing code. Okay. Any thoughts on that one? Hearing none, we'll retain that. Next item is 180725, section 180725, matrix item 18-6, guards. Or retaining walls. So these would be regulated retaining walls in accordance with chapter 1. It's just a clarification that guards may be, are required when you got that where they're required 36 inches above the walking surface, guards shall be required. There's an exception for guards that are not required where they're not accessible to the public. And again, chapter 1 is going to scope whether or not you're even regulating the retaining wall.
Can we move this to be with the rest of the guardrail requirements instead of hidden in chapter 18? I just don't think anybody's going to think to look to chapter 18 for a guardrail requirement. I mean, it's got the height requirement, the opening limitations, and I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, one thought from a just kind of structural, if you're doing the design, you got to get a guard on it. Then you're going to design the guard load and all that sort of stuff when you're doing your wall. So it kind of makes sense to have something here. I know that, like you said, all the specifics should just point right back to the other chapter, or maybe in the other chapter we could point to this section if you're going to recommend keeping this
from chapter 10.
Yeah, that would work. I think we need something where all the rest of the guardrail location requirements are. Because, but a pointer will work, yeah.
Okay.
It said no fiscal on the proposal S-157-22. I'm assuming it's because the thought was that they'd be enforcing them in these instances anyway right now. But I didn't look at the proposal. Any other thoughts from the committee on this one? Or do you want us to show you the proposal?
I would agree. I think a pointer is good. Actually, just had this question come up on a project and didn't even, didn't think to look back here, but it was a place that is open to the public and it's over 30 inches and needed a guardrail. And it seems obvious, but I think just a pointer would help.
But would that be only on retaining walls we regulate through the building code?
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
Do we want to get that language, look at the language in chapter 10 right now, Tony, or?
No, I think we can just get that approved with a
As
pointer.
modified?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, hearing no other discussion. Committee approve, disapprove? Yeah. Committee approve with, as modified? Yep. Okay. Thumbs ups. All right. Next item, no fiscal here. That one's approved. Model code change as modified.
Okay.
18-7, this is just in alignment with electrical code for grounding of foundation reinforcement, a longstanding existing Oregon amendment in section 1808-851. No change. Any comments from the committee on this one? 1808-851. There it is. Hearing none, that's retained. Right, 18095 frost protection. Oh, we've got 5 minutes. Can we finish? Laura, just let me know we got 5 minutes. Frost protection, can we touch this or do you want to hold on this one?
I think we saved this. It's going to be a lengthy discussion. I think this gives us a few minutes to set up tomorrow's meeting. We got back-to-back code meetings. It's a busy week. So for the agenda tomorrow, we have some tabled items that we're going to revisit. My homework, I'm going to work on the language for the pictogram exit. I'll take that one on. I think Jody, you were going to work on some stuff for the meeting on the 3rd with Mr. Forrester, Mr. Amos, Eric, and I believe Nathan. And then I think, were there any other tabled items beyond the ones that we just tabled here for SEAO? Hopefully we can get SEAO to the meeting tomorrow.
Tony, I emailed our special inspection companies in the area on that cost for the metal building increase on the special inspection. I just don't want to get away from having special inspection for everything that our building inspectors should be inspecting. So
yeah,
I'll let you know when they get back to me.
Great, thank you for that.
I had a question about, did we skip chapter 2 on purpose? Are we coming back to that?
Yeah, so the plan is there's actually a couple of things in chapter 1 that I want to share with y'all. And then there's more technical pieces in chapter 1. And then that we usually what we do with 2 is we kind of, I mean, the action through the remaining chapters of the code kind of dictates what's in 2, right? So we kind of work our way back to 2, if that makes sense. And then we'll go through those definitions as, as necessary.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it wasn't somehow excluded from what we were going to cover, because that elevated photovoltaic structure is noted in there. So we would have gotten to it anyway. And that might be a good spot if we have any comments about it.
Yeah, sure. Also note the change for high rise that we've talked about before. There's some other ones in there, and typically there's nothing controversial in chapter 2 since we've moved our way through the body and then back to 2. So that's the plan for the last meeting. Hopefully we can get that all done in on the 3rd. I don't know if there's a chance that we can reschedule the meeting on the 3rd for a little bit later, like a week later than that. And if that would work with the committee or not. The board meeting to hear your recommendations is on October 9th. And so it would be great if some of you would be willing to attend that meeting, talk about all the great work that you've done. And I think that's it. So tomorrow we'll start with those tabled items, and then we'll continue on with Mr. J Money working us through chapter 18 and into back through 23. Natalie, do you have anything?
No, I just, I would agree. I think coming back on the 3rd after the holiday weekend makes it busy for all of us with an extra day of emails. So if there is availability to move it, I would be open to moving it on, not from the Tuesday after the holiday weekend.
Okay. I think we'll work on that. Jody nodded.
I would agree.
Great. So I'll work on we'll work on getting a date there, and then that'll give us some time because we also have 31 and 34 remaining. And 34, there's actually not a lot of changes. So there's a couple public proposals in there allowing the use of ASCE 41, which seem to be kind of slam dunks to me. And not a lot on the model level and in our Oregon version of integrated IEBC. So not a big heavy lift on that. So we'll see you same bat time, same bat channel tomorrow. We'll be ready to go.
Sounds good. And thank you everybody for your help.
We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow.